Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. I can feel it in my little felt heart. I Should Be Writing will be starting very soon. Derek will be live. Get your ideas ready. I see there's a digital writer's room that's going to happen too. Can't wait for you to be a part of it. Sharpen your pencils. Sharpen your mind. I Should Be Writing will begin soon. you out there online being writers. I'm so excited for you. I hope you're ready for the rest of your writing day. I'll see you on the stream. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready. Oh, hello there. Are you writers? Well, I hope you have your pencils sharpened, your pens filled with ink, and you've stretched out your fingers so they're nimble on the keyboard. Because I Should Be Writing will be starting at noon Pacific Time sharp. See you there. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. Why? Because I Should Be Writing will be starting soon. Get ready.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Nice to have you here. My name is Derek Dinicola, and this is I Should Be Writing, where we talk about writing-related things, and actually do the dang thing. If you weren't paying attention to the schedule, I'm going to talk about some little topics of writing. While we trickle into the chat, say hello, catch up. It's been a while. It's a new year. Um, and then we'll get into the live writing of my novel, The Ropesman's Tale. Ropesman's Tale. I really need to decide on that article adjective. And then we'll jump into a digital writer's room. So if you're here and paying attention right now, you should be brainstorming ideas to bring to the writer's room for later. Or we can do a little punch up on our last one. Behind me is my dog Sugar. She's super adorable and steals the show every time. Where'd she go? She's gone. Okay, she'll be back, I'm sure. Anywho, glad to have you here. Let me see who's in the chat. Meowtha. Hi, Meowtha. You know what I'm going to ask for, don't you? Can I have it? Yes. Meowtha always delivers my little dancing dinosaur emoji. You guys, I haven't put up the chat on the YouTube live stream, but I don't know, maybe I should. 1 second. Do I have it ready to go? Do I have it ready to go? There it is. Can't see it, but over here, it's my little dancing dinosaur that Meowth always gives me. Mwah, thank you so much. I always appreciate it. Now I feel like I can start this day. So, thanks Meowth for joining. I always appreciate the lurk. Got my little writer's fuel there. Let's see. I have my talking points today. I kind of wanted to do like a little short series today on like writer laws. What brought this up was somebody had mentioned Poe's law, and I was thinking, oh, are there other like laws that I don't know about? And there are. So for those of you who don't know, let me go ahead and get the hard stuff over with. If you've never heard of Poe's law, it is a writer's rule that states without a clear signal or indicator, an extreme point of view or satire can be mistaken as sincere. So if you're writing deadpan sarcasm or especially online, sorry, I don't know why I can't say that, but if you're writing deadpan sarcasm, especially online, you should try and frame your satire so it's not mistaken as sincere. There she goes. Because text doesn't carry the same tone the way your voice does. So be sure to frame your joke. Make sure the audience knows that you're joking. Give it a character voice. Give it a clear premise. That won't happen because your writing is bad. It's just because irony has died. Poe's law happens not because your writing is bad, but because with increasing divisiveness and the advent of online communication, irony has become harder to decipher. I hope this helps you. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Hi, Carrie Ann. How's it going? Look, I'm gonna I'm gonna blow through these so we can. Oh, did I lose you already? I was gonna blow through these so we can jump in and look at your script. I think it's fun to look at other people's work as well. Pretty weird. Oh, whenever I asked you how you were doing, you're pretty weird. Oh, okay, cool, cool, excellent. Well, happy to have you here. Um, you said you're feeling pretty weird. Just editing an essay on Aristotle's definition of tragedy in the other window. I see what you mean. Okay, cool, cool, cool. No problem. Well, still happy to have you here. So, Carrie Ann, I want to save some time for you, and I know you usually have to peel off at the end of these things. So let me go ahead and make my quick content, and then let's jump in with your stuff. Make sure that the most updated stuff that you want me to check out is uploaded to the Discord, and then I'll pull it up, and we'll kind of read through a scene or two, or look at that pitch deck. Because your work's always good, and it's always nice to show it to other people as an example of where they should set their targets. If you've never heard of Hanlon's razor, it's a law that means don't assume malice where incompetence or laziness could easily be the explanation. Especially when you're getting notes. Maybe you get a comment that makes you think, oh my goodness, I'm a bad writer, or they're coming after me. No, it's also just as possible that they got distracted by a pet while they were reading, or they didn't quite understand the setup to your joke, or they were skimming and are trying to give you notes of lesser quality but more quickly. Hanlon's razor is just something that you have to overcome and understand. These notes need to benefit me if they are specific, if they help the story, not just because they exist. So I hope you learned a little bit about Hanlon's razor today. I know I did. I didn't know the definition for it until I got into writing laws. I hope this helps, and be sure to like and subscribe and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Okay. If you've ever heard of the law Brandolini, if you've ever heard of Brandolini's law or haven't, it states that it takes way more energy to debunk misinformation than it takes to create it. For writers, this matters because you can't fact check every comment. Don't take every comment in bad faith. Pick your battles. Correct facts that affect your reputation. Correct facts that affect your audience's safety. Ignore the rest. If you do respond, keep it clean, cite one source, and then bounce. Hope this helps. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Carrie Ann, I'm working a job. I'm a front desk receptionist. It's a temp job, only a week. Reception is a job that demands organization, focus, and people skills. And I have AUDHD? I'm unfamiliar with AU. Did you maybe typo? Or maybe just something I'm unfamiliar with? But hey, there are, I was a receptionist for a while. I learned some really amazing skills. I upped my spreadsheet game. I was able to figure out how to create a master catalog of my writer idea catalog through Excel spreadsheets from the receptionist job that I had. And not to mention, sometimes it can be very, very, very boring, especially if your office is slow and just wasting taxpayer money like mine did. And I was able to get, one, a lot of writing done, two, some of the people who would come in to schedule meetings were really, really interesting characters. I even had like a UPS guy who would come in and share way too much of his private life with me as a receptionist. And I was just like, just let me sign for this package and don't tell me how you have a crush on a mother and the daughter of this house that you're delivering to. You know what I mean? Like, literally, that was the story that stood out that I remember. But rife with writing material and usually a lot of good time to write it, right? Autistic plus ADHD. Okay, that's what the AU means. It's going well enough, and when I found time I could do some schoolwork, I asked for permission to do so. Good, excellent. Yeah, you can't be expected to just sit there like a drone staring at the wall when you have nothing to do. You can only replace the toner so many times, am I right? Let's see. Let's keep going. If you've never heard of Cunningham's Law, it states that the fastest way to find the correct answer is to post the incorrect one. And wait for someone to correct you. Now, I'm not saying to be annoying on purpose, but you can use the spirit of it. When you want feedback, give people a specific target to hit, and they will. Instead of asking, does this make sense? Which is a vague question, ask, is my character's goal clearly defined by page 5? Does the twist ending feel earned? People will correct specifics faster than they will vague generalities. I hope this helps. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. If you've never heard of Goodhart's Law, it means, if you've never heard of Goodhart's Law, it states, when a measure becomes a target, it stops being a good measure. Meaning, the moment that you worship the metric, you start gaming it. If your goal is to write 2,000 words a day, and you do, you might be writing 2,000 words of junk a day. If your goal is more views, you might stop writing what you care about in order to try and get more followers. Look, you can track the numbers, but be sure that you're always aiming at your craft. Clarity, emotion, structure, originality. The numbers follow quality way better than quality follows the numbers. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thank you. Okay, just a couple more of these, Carrie Ann, and then I'm going to jump on the Discord. And let's see, you put it in Screenwriting TV. I see the Backcountry Pitch Bible and Screenwriting TV, the Screenwriting TV channel. But you also mentioned wanting me to take a look at like one of the scenes of the script, right? So is that the one that you posted on December 29th, 2025, Polite Company First Draft, full? I just want to double check, because sometimes, I know people do punch-ups and would rather me read the most recent thing. Boom, 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 boom. Oh yeah, thank you for those of you who aren't following me on the YouTube channel. I got a compliment on the cardigan. Thank you, it's new. I'm gonna go ahead and pin the link to the YouTube live stream to the top of the chat here, just in case. Same file, link, though I did punch it up. So you click the link, it'll take you to the latest version. Okay, perfect, great, great, excellent. Okay. Let's let's do another one. Let's do another one. Oh, right. Have you been watching a lot of movies or reading a lot of scripts or books and think, wow, everything now is trash, it's mediocre? Well, that is Sturgeon's law. Sturgeon's law basically says most of everything is low quality. Not because the world is ending, but because the volume is huge. Here's the empowering part that writers need to know. If most stuff is mid, you don't need to be perfect to stand out. Congratulations, you can relieve yourself of that burden. Sturgeon's law isn't meant to be cynical, it's permission to stop doom spiraling and just get back to work. I hope this helps you. My name is Derek. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. One last one, okay? Have you ever heard of the Gell-Mann amnesia effect? It means that we notice the inaccuracy of reporting on topics that we understand while we also fully trust the media to provide the truth about what we do not understand. This is great news for writers, and especially writers who take advice. Remember, not everything you read while you're learning about writing is meant to be treated as gospel. It is not a commandment, it is a guide. They are touchstones, sure, but you don't have to take them as law, because not everything is going to be accurate, and culture always changes. Writing styles always change. So you can relieve yourself of the burden of having to follow hard and fast principles all the time. I hope this helps. Be sure to like, subscribe, and follow my YouTube channel for longer content. Thanks. Okay, done, everybody. Done, done, done. Now, let's get into the fun part. Let's get into Carrie Ann's writing a little bit. And we'll do that until 12:40, and then we'll start the live writing session. And get into the Ropesman's Tale. Give me a moment to pull up the Discord get out the Polite Company first draft. Here we go. Google Drive link. Oh, okay. I'm going to do this on Google Drive. All right. I see you, Carrie Ann. No PDFs for me. Can I download it as a PDF? Just so it's cleaner for me to open up without having all these browsers. I'm going to download it as a PDF. And I'll delete it, Carrie Ann, if you want me to, after I'm done. I don't know if you're sensitive about having it work out or download it or something. I'm not going to do anything with it other than admire it. I'm sure a good writer. Okay, let me just figure out the OBS. Company. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna kind of slide over here and look at it. Okay, so we have Polite Company, and in the Discord, Carrie Ann asked me to look at I thought you wanted me to look at a scene specifically. Oh, starting at page 43, interior O'Connell family home, Kelly's room, dusk. Oh, Carrie Ann, would you also like to maybe set this up for anybody who hasn't read Polite Company or is new to the stream? You should probably have your log line ready to go, right? I'm sure I think we spent some time punching it up on one of these past streams, right? So, Carrie Ann, I'm gonna give you a moment to put that together so I can kind of give everybody a premise, because if we're jumping into the middle of a script, I just love to provide context. Oftentimes people ask me to read something and it'll be book 2, chapter 15, fight scene 4, or whatever it might be. And they're like, how is it? And I'm like, well, it's well written, but I don't know what we're trying to accomplish here because I don't know who these characters are. I don't know where we are, like we skipped all of the context and the setup. So I want to give everybody a fair shot at jumping in too. Okay, so I do know that you said page 43. So let's go ahead and scroll to page 43. Apologize if anybody's getting motion sickness. I scroll fast, baby. 43. Said interior O'Connell home. Oh, here we go. Family home. Kelly's room. Okay. Okay, for anybody who does not know the pretext of the story, who hasn't been writing with us and you're just jumping in, I'm going to go ahead and give you the log line of Polite Company from Carrie Ann, our very talented screenwriter. She says, when a middle-aged trans woman flies home as herself for the first time to have Thanksgiving with her Catholic Irish-American family, the holiday devolves into a battle over identity, civility, and survival. Okay, so that is the context that you get. We are on page 45. This is kind of, is 45 midpoint, 60? At a 120-page script, I guess 60 would be the midpoint. But we're in the middle of Act 2. We're somewhere around the point in the script where we should be getting a sense that there is a point of no return for our character. It doesn't always have to be page perfect, but just to kind of give you a little more context as to where we should be in the script. Things should be heating up. There should be turmoil. There should be choices. There should be maybe even a revelation or two. So let's look at interior. O'Connell, family home. Kelly's room, dusk. Kelly enters. The room is preserved, not lived in. A full-size bed with a navy comforter. A corner desk with an ergonomic chair. Vinyl seams cracked. The fact that it's a corner desk is important. Okay. A tall bookshelf. Computer manuals, paperback, sci-fi, a few history and journalism texts, reminders of the person she used to be and still is. On the dresser, a framed graduation photo of her in a suit. The smile is forced. The glass is spotless. Someone dusts this. She catches her own reflection in the graduation photo's glass instead of the mirror. Okay, just real quick. The glass is spotless. Someone dusts this. I would just keep the glasses spotless, and we can infer someone dusts this, because I almost thought that someone was dusting it as a stage direction in frame, and Carrie Ann would be like, and Kelly, sorry. And Kelly would be like looking at somebody dusting the photo. Like we would almost I was expecting a pullback to reveal someone dusting, who was dusting, that kind of thing. It's not quite a misplaced modifier, but something like this happens in scripts where it has to be very clean. And I know this is your first draft, so I'm not really worried about it. I've read your other stuff, and I know you're a great writer. Just a little hiccup there for me as a reader that you should be aware of. She catches her own reflection in the graduation photo's glass instead of the mirror. And I don't know why, like, instead of the mirror, just glass, period. That's all we need to see. Because we can't point a camera at instead of the mirror. Everything is too neat. The way someone cleans a room, they never touch. I think we've kind of said this before. The room is preserved, not live in. I would just be careful of like overwriting and start thinking about like what you can chop here to make it flow really fast. So, right, cleans a room they never touch. Well, that's preserved. You know, I would pick one or the other. Kelly rolls her luggage to the bed, sets it down. She opens the closet. Inside, men's suits, carefully hung as if they're waiting for their owner to come home. She pushes them aside. She unzips her suitcase. Inside, neutral clothing. Jeans, t-shirts, functional, unremarkable. Only one thing stands out. The dress from earlier. She takes the dress out and hangs it carefully, centered, like she's staking territory, but doing it quietly. Then she removes a small zippered makeup bag, places each item on the dresser with care: foundation, brush, lipstick, deliberate, precise steps. Excellent. Remember, on the dresser with care, deliberate, precise steps, redundant, like how fast can we get through this? The rest of the clothes she shoves into a drawer without looking. She heads to the door and stops. We hear in the background Colleen crying. I don't understand. Rory off screen. Shh, shh, it's all right. Colleen off screen. I mean, I had that one cigarette when I was pregnant with Martin, but I didn't have anything when I had Kevin. I didn't even have artificial sweetener. I don't understand. Kelly looks pained, but slowly closes the door, heads into her room. The crying is muffled now. She unpacks the laptop from the carry-on bag, sets it up on the computer desk. She holds a pair of headphones in her hand, pauses. Colleen's muffled sob breaks through. Kelly plugs them in, slides them on, and watches a stand-up video, her first performing as herself on stage in London in her one dress. A grainy vertical phone video framed too low, her voice trembling slightly at first. Kelly's reflection is in the laptop screen, merging with her past self's performance. Insert: King of Stars pub basement, first performance day. Kieran is introducing Kelly for the first time. Kieran: Our next act, though, is a double special occasion because our next act is performing for the first time as Kelly Beat. So here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys, pause, gesturing to the audience, to be part of Kelly's new family. The audience, a small crowd, starts applauding before Kieran even finishes introducing her. Ladies and gentlemen, Kelly O'Connell. As Kelly gets on the stage, Kieran offers a fist bump to Kelly, pointing out to audience. These are your people. The audience is truly supportive and enthusiastic. The applause lasts for a bit as Kelly nervously gets up to the stage for the first time, holding a nervous breath. Interior, O'Connell family home, Kelly's room desk. Maybe like a little transition that says back to or cut to, you know what I mean? Like, so scene slug makes it feel like we're in a new scene as opposed to transitioning back to the same point in time, like as if a flashback. You could also say, well, it's not really a flashback, right? Because you're having Kelly watch the video. Maybe it's like a back to under the transition tab in like your final draft on the right side of the screen with a colon. Kelly smiles, remembering the set fondly as she watches. Kelly off-screen recorded. All right, let's just get this out of the way. Exterior, O'Connell family home, night establishing. Kelly voiceover recorded. Yes, I'm American. Laughter. Interior, King of Stars pub. Present day. We're back to the more professionally shot. Well, present day makes it seem like Carrie Ann, present day makes it seem like we've moved through time and you're taking us to right now. But she's still in the you just hit a commercial. Oh. Let's see. That goes for you guys too. One, yeah, I'm doing it because I like it, but if you're getting something out of it, feel free to like, subscribe, help a brother out. Especially if you're getting, writing advice and stuff. But also, if you can't, I understand too. Times are tough. So we do have a YouTube link at the top of the chat. Be sure to click on that. Go like, subscribe to the YouTube channel and all of the writing streams that I record, even if they're on Twitch or whatever, get saved to my live channel on YouTube, so you can go back and watch them for posterity as well. Okay, so after the I'm American, let me check where I was. So yes, I'm American. Okay, so Carrie Ann, this threw me off right here too. In your slug line, we're kind of starting like new scenes, right? So it makes me think that, okay, now I've moved forward through time and we are in the present day and we're no longer in Kelly's, sorry, your names are similar, so I'm going to get them messed up. We're no longer in the family home, now we're back in London, but that's not the case. We're referencing the video. So I would use your slug line to help the reader maintain a clear passage of time. You could even just replace the slug line with like back to video or on laptop screen, as opposed to or if you're wanting to show it as if like it's not on screen, then we should say back to, and then I like how you labeled it up at the top, and I would just keep that consistent. You said King of Stars pub basement first performance. You don't need day because it's interior. These comedy clubs are interior. That's just one other thing that can throw the reader off. Not to mention you have a little orphan here. So for a cleaner reading experience, I would just go back to King of Stars Pub Basement first performance. And if you ever are throwing back to a King of Stars pub performance, it's perfectly fine to have them labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. I would reference the Whiplash script and how Damien Chazelle has to indicate which track of music for the same song he's using, right? Like they played the song Whiplash, and in one of them, the Miles Teller character is too slow, and then he's too fast, and then he's too slow. Well, he indicates those by labeling the Whiplash tracks. 1, too slow, plays, back to 2, back to 3, 4, whatever it is. Just to help show that there is a list, that there's a plan, and that the reader doesn't get confused in time or get lost in time. So let's go back to where I was. Screen video is perhaps July 2022. The present day video is like 6 months later. I'll make it more explicit when I revise. Yeah. What's up, 112? How's it going? Welcome to the chat. We're kind of going over Carrie Ann Author's script. If you want to catch up, you can always go back to the YouTube channel and watch from the beginning. But let's keep helping Carrie Ann, because we're coming up on a quick little reset before we start doing some live writing on my stuff as well. Okay, so interior, O'Connell family home, Kelly's room, dusk. Kelly smiles, remembering the set fondly as she watches. Yeah, I would still continue to see where you can drop these slug lines and try and keep us in one room, or help the reader's mind stay in one room. I'm having trouble communicating this, and it's a tricky thing to do. Sometimes I've seen people write a note at the top of a scene like this, intercut between Kellyanne's first performance and O'Connell family home, let's say. And then we'll get it. And then at the end, if you really need to, you could always say end, intercut, almost like you begin and end a monologue. Begin and end a montage in scripts. Let's just get this out of the way. Yes, I'm American, so we got that part. Interior, King of Stars pub, present day. We're going back to the more professionally shot, colorful world of King of Stars in the present day, where Kelly is giving her more polished stand-up act. Okay, here, this is... this you might get flagged for unless you're going to be the one directing your own piece. If you're going to be the director, then then this note is for you, and it doesn't matter. Nobody else is going to see this kind of thing. However, if you're trying to get this made and you've never directed before, and someone says, "Oh, this is interesting, and I'd like to tell your story, but you've never directed, and I would rather entrust this project to somebody who can do it or has done it before." This is like stepping on the director's toes. You can communicate this clearly without essentially giving a command to the director by keeping your intercuts, right? Understanding that this isn't just something shown on screen. We're going back to the day and then letting the director, the editor, the cinematographer, the producer figure out which way is best. It might be a financial issue involved as to why they make this, or a technical issue based on the room or the laptop, or the fact that you may not have recorded this scene yet. and we might not have anything on the laptop to show because you have to shoot in America before you do your Europe scenes or whatever it is, right? So this is a big ask for a lot of technical ifs, and I would just try and keep it clean while inferring to the audience what you would like to do, as opposed to just using 3 lines to 3 lines of valuable script space to do it. Kelly on stage says, now, am I going to tell you that transitioning has solved all my problems? No. For one, it's done absolutely nothing to help me track down the one-armed killer who framed me for the murder of my wife. Cut away to audience laughter. The one thing that it absolutely has helped is my depression. God help me, I used to get so depressed in the winter, I'd barely have the energy or motivation to even put up the Christmas news. Laughter with some groans. Interior, Colleen's car, day. Sound effects. The sound of laughter should overlap with the hum of the car's engine. This I don't mind so much. This is your attempt at a creative transition, right? Love a good creative transition or match cut. In this case, it's not necessarily a match cut, but like a match dissolve audio cue. Colleen is driving, Kelly in the passenger seat of the car. Colleen shocked but laughing. Kelly, you shouldn't make jokes like that. I love the fluidity of this transition. That's what I'm talking about whenever I say we should feel like we're flying through a script. We barely realized we were out of one scene before we realized we were in the middle of another and we're in instant conflict. I love this. I love that. That is a smart piece of writing. The only part where it gets clunky for me is the structure in which we choose to try and tell people where we are in space. Like this needs to be intercut. We need to scale back on the slug lines. We need to cut mercilessly. Look for redundancies. That's more of like a later draft thing. Write your heart out right now. I'm a big fan of like a big vomit draft, overstating what I need to say at first, and then turning on an editing brain much later. But something we do need to figure out is how to handle the inserts versus you want to see the big full screen, high quality picture, right? Let's see. Oh, you wrote something in the chat. The screen video is perhaps. Oh wait, we did that. Insert King of Stars pub basement, August day. Kieran is introducing Kelly for the first time. It's a framing device. December. We're back to the more professionally shot, colorful world. See, I would still lose this. We're back to the more professionally shot, colorful world, King of Stars, present day. Like, is there either there's got to be a quicker way to say that, or we can just say Kelly's, I like how you listed it before, Kelly's performance, first performance day, and then let the editor, the director, the cinematographer decide whether we're going to be on the laptop or the flashback, you know? What's up? 112 says, if I may, just a little tiny note, a small sentence to add, if you will. Huge robot suddenly spawns out of nowhere. Where am I? Excellent. What's up? Always throwing in some conflict, I see. Carrie Ann author says, interior King of Stars pub, December day. This is the framing device. December, going back to what Kelly was giving, a more polished stand-up act. Okay, okay. And maybe it'll make more sense whenever I read like the first 40-something odd pages, because remember, like I said, I have no context for what you've been doing. Maybe you have also set up rules that I haven't seen yet. We kind of jump into the middle of it. But either way, really love that transition out of the scene, and it's also a really smart scene to have. I just know that, and this is a first draft. This is a first draft, so be easy on yourself. I do know that there's going to be something that we're going to have to fix with the amount of slug lines used to jump back and forth between those scenes. We want to keep the reader's mind grounded in one period of time without sacrificing the quality of your pub performance, right? Okay, cool. Well, thank you, Carrie Ann. That was beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing. Wonderful writing, as always. I had no doubt. There's a reason why you're doing it. Okay, let me go ahead and get this out of the way. I'm going to move back to the center of my screen here. Okay, so 12:40. I need a quick time to reset, set up, so I can write the Ropesman's Tale back to moi. Okay, I've got to get some stuff done too. Hey, sugar. Sorry. Got a cute distraction here. Everybody, say hello to Sugar. She's the best. Best writer's assistant. Okay, thank you. All right. Well, Carrie Ann, thank you for sharing. Honestly, it takes a lot to put your work out into the world, and you do such a fantastic job. I always look forward to it, and I want to see this. I want to see that movie. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up. Let me go ahead and pull up the work to be done. Okay. Text edit. There we go. And then my pages document is going to be my... Oh, I have to open it up first. So many windows. My goal is to eventually get such an amazing desk setup that I have more space on my desk and more screens. I need more screens. Sounds counterintuitive in 2026. Feels like we're trying to get away from screens, but where are you? Open up pages. Well, why can't I find you? Let me see. Let me do the IT fix, which is turn it off and on again. Well. Pages. There we go. Okay. Always technical difficulties. Here we are. It's time. It's time to start writing. Before we start to hunker down, let's check the chat. Let's check in on everybody. I know we were doing a lot of work. Gabriel Say Art wants everybody on Twitch to know that it's really nice over here without the ads on on YouTube. And hey, I agree. Let's see. What's up, 112? Is it true what they say about Hollywood that if you ever forget your wallet at a restaurant, you can just pay with 4 grams of drugs? Okay, I see. How much is that in Pepsi, y'all? It means nothing if you use Coke Zero, is what I'll say. A real Saint Art says everything they say about Hollywood is a lie, though. Even though I can't find where Hollywood is, it's just a neighborhood. It's true. And not even really a neighborhood where all that much happens. I used to live in Hollywood. No stars. Well, that could be taken a bunch of ways. It sounds like a review, in which case, what I meant was you never really see celebrities in Hollywood unless they're doing their premiere at the Grauman's Chinese or the El Capitan. Yeah. Or the stars on the sidewalk, literally the ones that you walk all over. Oh yeah, alien cult stuff. Yeah, we have Scientologists out here. The alien cult stuff is real for sure. I once took my brother to an audition, and it ended up being for a Scientology commercial, and it was at the Celebrity Scientology Center, and it was weird. It's funny how religion is kind of all based on the same principles. They're like, hey, in our religion, if you treat people with respect and follow a good diet and exercise regularly, we guarantee you're gonna feel better. Praise Xenu. And it's like, that's science, man. Just maybe that's what they call it, Scientology. But we don't need the Xenu over here, baby. I am worried that mentioning it, now they're going to come after me, though. You know, like all good religions. Sorry, this is just turning into a spicy conversation. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Carrie's on YouTube as well, right? It's nice. It's nice not having the ads. Elron was a writer. Yeah, it's true. Guys, should I put out a little YouTube poll, Twitch poll? Should I start my own cult? You know how much I love doing polls. Sorry, I was getting a call from Spam Risk. Maybe you know her. Let's see. This will just be fun for me. Should Derek start his own cult? No, religion. All right. Excellent. This is how I like to create engagement. I heard you like pole. I'll join the cult though. I believe when I die, my body will turn into million thousand tiny me, and all my tiny me will go live in a sewer, and my house will be built from tiny me's who lost the big fight. Wow. Wow, seems like someone's on drugs already. You don't have to be in Hollywood to take them, apparently. Right? What's up? 112? Wow. That is, it did feel like entropy. Well, no one cares. No one cares to take the poll on whether I should start my own religion. I guess that's a no. You gotta have a cult of personality to get anywhere. Okay. We're behind on schedule. Doing that classic writer's thing of procrastinating. No. 100% no. Well, that's sad. But you know what? One less job for me to do. Oh, definitely yes, no questions. Ugh, I'm torn. Oh my goodness. Yes. Polls leaning in my favor. Gotta start my own religion. I feel like I have a book like that. Okay. Enough time away from the computer, but I swear to God, I think I have a book on how to start your own religion. All right, Twitch thinks I should do it. YouTube thinks I can go either way. I do need to figure out how to get the YouTube chat in the stream. Yeah, I have trouble getting the chats up in my OBS, Gabe. I still don't have the doc because I would love to, but I guess that's what I'll do after the stream. Is I'll start troubleshooting with good old ChatGPT and see if I can figure out my technical issues here. Okay. Guys, we're going to be jumping into editing the Ropesman's Tale. This is the story of Thomas Derrick, a footnote in history, a real person who was convicted of rape, found guilty, and then to escape his own death sentence, took the role of executioner and actually reinvented the gallows using the block and tackle pulley system that he was familiar with from being a sailor to make executions more efficient and able to hang more people at once at a time, and became so successful that he ended up being the Queen's Royal Executioner and eventually had to put to death the very man who appointed him to the role, Robert Devereux, who was found guilty of treason, who has a really interesting life all onto himself. But guys, we have our edit line right here. Yeah, I think your camera is the focus. My camera is the focus. I don't know what that means. Like I should focus on my camera, or it's out of focus, it's in focus. Okay, so I always put an edit line as to where I stopped editing. We're in chapter 12, Hello Death. I like to always start at the top and read into where I am, just to catch myself up. So let's do it. Sorry if I'm giving anybody the spins here. Chapter 12, Hello Death. Thomas sat at the long wooden table, his hands wrapped around a tin goblet of water. It was the first clean drink he'd had in days, the first hot meal since his sentencing. The broth was thick with meat and root vegetables, steam waving into his nostrils. This feels like a misplaced modifier too. It seems like the goblet of water was the first clean drink, the first hot meal. In front of him, the first hot meal since his sentencing. The broth was thick with meat and root vegetables, steam waving into his nostrils. He should have been grateful. Instead, his stomach churned. Across from him, the gaoler watched, his boots planted firmly, arms crossed. The man that once was his guard had now become his handler, his watcher. Thomas wasn't free, only transferred from one prison to another. The axe, the gaoler grunted, nodding towards the weapon placed beside the table. Thomas didn't touch it. It was a massive thing, heavier than it looked. The broad iron blade, honed to a wicked edge, gleamed in the torchlight. The handle was thick, made for hands stronger than his. A headsman's axe. The gaoler sat down across from him, eyes narrowing. You eat, you drink, you take up the axe. This is thy life now. Thomas swallowed his broth. He had chosen this, chosen it over death, but was it truly a choice? A servant entered, carrying a bundle of black garments. He unrolled them neatly across the table, a tunic, breeches, gloves, and a hood. He had seen an executioner's garb before. He had watched a man in similar dark robes carry out justice on the scaffold. The hood was simple, meant to conceal identity, but its presence alone set Thomas's pulse racing. He glanced towards the gaoler. And what if I refuse? The man smirked. Then we return to the original arrangement. The gallows at dawn, he smiled. I'll do it myself. Thomas let the silence stretch, let the weight of the moment settle into his bones. He reached forward, fingers grazing the fabric of the tunic. It was heavier than he expected. He had been cold for days, but now he burned. Two guards led Thomas out of the chamber into a walled-off yard. Thomas's eyes adjusted to the dull gray light. The training area was grim. A wooden block sat in the center, stained dark from years of use. A sandbag hung from a post, swaying in the cold breeze. A second bag lay beside the block, a pig carcass propped against it. A man stood waiting. You'll be needing practice, the gaoler muttered. The axe must not falter. Thomas barely nodded as the man gestured toward the hanging sandbag. Strike it, the man ordered, with force. He gripped the handle, struggling to balance its weight in its hands. He lifted it high and swung, the blade striking down with a dull thud. The sandbag jerked, but did not split. The gaoler scoffed. Too soft. Again. Setting his jaw, he swung harder. This time, the bag split open, sand spilling onto the dirt. Better, the gaoler admitted. He then pointed to the pig carcass. Now strike something closer to flesh. You must learn what it is like to cut through meat and bone. Thomas hesitated, but the gaoler's gaze was firm. No turning back now, headsman, unless you'd rather the rope. Stepping forward, he raised the axe and brought it down. The blade bit deep, sending a shudder through his arms. Blood seeped from the wound, staining the ground beneath. This was not practice. This was preparation for murder. The warden arrived and led Thomas down a narrow corridor, the walls closing in around them. The weight of the axe in his hand felt unnatural, too heavy, too real. Each step he took was a slow, deliberate reminder of the ensuing morning's violence. He stopped when the warden did, just outside a thick iron-barred cell. Inside, a man sat on the straw-covered floor, hands shackled, his back resting against the wall. He didn't stir at first, but when the warden rattled the keys at his belt, the prisoner lifted his head. Do. Let's see. Anyway, she had a really good movie, very serious drama, and like a couple scenes before it ends, one of the characters would say edit line. That reminds me of that Kevin Sorbo video where he says one of the stage directions as a line and then runs off. Disappointed! Or something like that. I can't remember. Hey, what's up, Papa? 112. Listen, I know you're new, but at 3:10 p.m. my time, you can join the Digital Writers Room. Okay, let's see, and pitch some of those ideas, all right? So we have read up into the edit line, which means that Thomas is getting ready to take on the role of executioner for the first time. We know from earlier chapters that that kind of visceral violence actually makes him sick, makes his stomach upset, and he tries to avoid violence at all costs. I mean, he's a rogue and a scoundrel, but he doesn't like gore. He doesn't like the violence. So we're putting him directly into an internal state of conflict. We also established that the highwayman who was in Newgate will be his first victim. It was him, the highwayman who had snarled and kicked at Devereaux the day before. The prisoner recognized Thomas just as quickly. His face formed an unstoppable grin. "Well, well," he said, his voice hoarse but amused. "If it ain't the Earl's newest pet." Thomas stiffened, gripping the axe handle tighter. The highwayman pushed himself up to his feet, the chains around his wrists clanking with the movement. He stepped forward, peering at Thomas through the bars. "Didn't think you had the stomach for it," he continued, turning his head. "Tell me, did you sleep better?" Thomas felt his jaw tighten. He forced himself to stay silent. The highwayman chuckled. "Ah, I see. Ye think yourself better than me, do ye?" I think I'm cutting this stuff out. I think I overwrote the Elizabethan English. It's just not a fun read, right? In some cases, whenever people are older or need like a little extra character defining trait, I don't mind the ye's so much, but I'm not trying to make this Shakespearean. I'm actually trying to scale it back. Let's see. Yesterday you were just another dead man waiting his turn, but now you get to wear the black and do their bidding. He leaned closer, his grin sharpening. I should have spat in the Earl's face while I had the chance. The warden, impatient, struck the bars with his baton. "Enough!" he growled. "It's time." The highwayman held Thomas's gaze for a long moment before stepping back, stretching out his shackled hands. "Aye," he muttered, "let's get on with it." Thomas didn't move as the warden unlocked the door and pulled the condemned man forward. He just stood there, watching. feeling the heaviness of what was about to happen. The highwayman smirked again, though this time there was something else in his expression, something Thomas couldn't name. See you at the scaffold, headsman. I don't know what I was trying to convey there, but it's because I didn't convey anything there, right? Though it's something Thomas couldn't name, then why even put it? Let's cut that. Swallowed hard and followed. The courtyard was cold, and a lot of these. I'm noticing a lot of T's right here. Boom, 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 boom. Thomas, the. It's either the or Thomas. So I kind of want to just break this up. This is insane. Whenever it's like a whole page of it. So how about this? Pushing himself up to his feet. The highwayman. The highwayman stepped forward. The chains around his wrists clanking with movement. Peering at Thomas in the bars, right? All this tightening of jaws. I did need a moment here. Let's see. The highwayman chuckled. Ah, I see. You think yourself better than me. So here, instead of the warden, uh, let me see. There, let's get rid of this, the warden. I'll put him patiently here. Patient. And then be like, spark it. And then Misty air from the courtyard. As okay, now we're getting rid of like. Now we're breaking up all those T's with the thes, and all the Thomases, making the flow a little easier. Yeah, get the can 77D rolling, comma after unnatural. Whoops. Oh, shit. Where am I? Looking for unnatural. I have the M dash after unnatural. Maybe it's another unnatural? Three in the entire script. Said and after heavy. Oh, goodness. Maybe. Oh, let's go back one heavy. Two heavy. Two heavy, two real. You mean and two real? I don't know, I think it's a style choice. I kind of like it like that. All right. No, it could be two. It could be a period. I don't feel like that looks sloppier. Okay. Let's keep editing here. Let's get on with it. Thomas didn't move the wooden misty air. Thomas stared into the gray sky. The guard's voice. Okay, so Thomas stared into the gray sky as if waiting for the still silver clouds to offer him sort of an answer. Offer him some sort. To offer him some sort of answer, a sign. A guard's voice snapped him back. Let's get rid of this Elizabethan. What are you? Gazing upon so intently. Thomas blinked, his voice hoarse. Yestereve. I just liked how this sounded. And I think we only use it once. Yestereve I did offer a prayer that some divine hand might perchance restore me. Some divine hand might, I don't need this perchance, might restore me unto my former days. The guard scoffed, pray all you want. No divine hand shall intervene. You are the agent of death now. 'Tis your hand, if any. I like that. Let's see. Thomas followed a step behind, his hands trembling at his sides. He pulled on his oversized executioner's mask and struggled to align his eyes with its holes. The crowd had gathered, silent but watchful. Merchants, beggars, nobles, and soldiers stood side by side, their expressions unreadable. Then why even try to read them? Come on, Derek. Some had come for justice, others for spectacle. A guard stepped close, pressing the executioner's hood into Thomas's hands. Now we'll not want them recognizing you. Let's get this back into more fun, readable English. We will not want them recognizing you. Dropping the blade on their loved ones, stoking their revenge, like Goodfellow's wife. Yes. What's up, 112? Yes. The answer is yes. And there are other ADHD writers out there. So check them out. The highway walked between two guards, and his head held high despite the chains binding his wrists. Thomas followed, his gaze drifting beyond the gathered spectators, lost in thought. The warden took his place on the scaffold, unrolling a parchment and clearing his throat. His voice rang out across the courtyard, reading the formal sentence aloud. By her order of Her Majesty's Court, this man, once of free England, now condemned, has been found guilty of robbery, assault upon the Queen's men, and the unlawful taking of life. By decree, that's a new sentence. By decree, he shall be taken to the block and there lose his head. A murmur rippled through the crowd. The highwayman exhaled with incredulity and shook his head. The warden muttered to Thomas, "A word to the wise, swing hard, mercy lies in the speed of the fall." This was it, his role, his duty. The next step he took would be to take a life. The guards positioned the highwayman at the block, forcing him to his knees. The scent of damp wood and old blood clung to the platform. Thomas's breath became quick. Starting to notice all my T's again. Let's do positioning. The highwayman at the lock. The guards forced him to his knees. And it's the block, not the lock. The scent of damp wood and the old blood clung to the platform. Thomas's breath became quick and shallow. It reached the point of no return. The sky may have been dull with morning fog, but the air reeked of anticipation. You can get rid of that by turning it into finding himself standing over the highwayman, Thomas. Adjusted his slipping mask. Finally, he gripped the axe handle with both hands. the weight of it nearly unbearable. His hands slick with sweat. He tried to steady himself. The prisoner, still defiant, craned his neck to glance back at Thomas. "Not so easy now, is it?" he rasped. Thomas said nothing. His stomach was tangled in knots, and his vision started to blur at the edges. How about this? Still defiant. Still defiant, the prisoner craned his neck to glance back at Thomas. "Not so easy now, is it?" he rasped. Thomas said nothing. His stomach was tangled in knots and his vision started to blur at the edges. He lifted the axe, but the weight of what he was about to do paralyzed him. The warden's voice cut through his hesitation. "Do it, headsman." Thomas tightened his grip. His arms felt weak. The axe felt like it had grown in size the moment he raised it above his head. He knew eyes were on him, the guards, the crowd, Devereaux. He swung. The mask slid up his face, and he brought the axe down. A sickening crack filled the air. The blade struck, but what it struck, he did not know for sure. He pulled his mask down again. Blood sprayed across the wooden platform, staining Thomas's boots. The prisoner's body jerked violently. A strangled sound caught in his throat. Thomas staggered back, horrified. "Again!" the warden barked. Thomas's stomach churned. Let's see. Thomas, yeah, that's fine. His vision spun. The smell of blood, iron rich and hot, filled his nostrils. He gritted his teeth, raised the axe again, and brought it down with all the force he could muster. This time it was over. Silence hung in the air, broken only by the wet slap of flesh hitting the platform. The prisoner's head rolled to the side, coming to rest near the executioner's feet. The new executioner's feet. The nausea surged. Thomas vomited. The hearty broth from earlier poured out of the neck and eye holes of his mask. The putrid smell of vomit instinctively made him pull it off. The bile burned his throat, the taste of his own failure mixing with the stench of death. The crowd shifted. Some recoiled, others watched with perverse fascination. Then came the whispers. A few voices rose above the rest, murmuring his name. Recognition spread like a wave through the onlookers. "That's him," a voice hissed. "The man meant for the noose." "Thomas Derrick," another muttered. "A scoundrel turned headsman. The devil plays tricks on justice." Near the front, Catherine stood frozen. Her face was pale, her jaw clenched. She had come to see him die, to witness the justice denied her before. But instead, she watched him take another's life and be spared. A bitter injustice, wrapped in mockery. Her hands curled into fists. He should have met the same fate. Instead, he had survived. His new identity laid bare before the crowd. Let's see. I feel like this is getting a little redundant, don't you? Near the front, Catherine stood frozen. Her face was pale, her jaw clenched. She had come to see him die, to witness the justice denied her before. But instead, she watched him take another's life and be spared. A bitter injustice wrapped in mockery. Her hands curled in a fist. He should have met the same fate. This seems like overwritten. Instead, he had only humiliated himself and exposed his face for all to see. "Take him inside," the warden muttered. The 2 guards stepped forward, gripping Thomas by the arms, dragging him from the platform. As the onlookers whispered among themselves, Thomas toppled down the stairs, coming off the stage. "A ghastly business, that," the gaoler muttered. "Amongst the foulest I've borne witness to." The guard scoffed. "And your mask? Best ye watch. You best watch your back now." "You best watch your back now." The warden strode up to them behind the stage, taking note of Thomas's poor condition. "Remove this buffoon to his quarters before he blunders further." He had done it. He had killed, and yet he had never felt so powerless. The guards dragged him back inside. His boots scraped against the floor, his legs weak beneath him. The moment they released him, he collapsed onto a wooden bench, staring at his hands, still trembling. The bile still clung to his throat, the smell of blood stuck inside his nostrils. He wiped at his mouth with his sleeve, but the taste of iron and vomit lingered. He had taken a man's life. He had done it, he had killed. It is the same. Don't need that. His breath became ragged. He thought he would feel relief that he had escaped the noose, but all he felt was hollow, a deep gnawing void in his chest. What's up? No, there aren't any. You're lying. There's your ADHD. Yeah. I'm a big liar. Yeah, please, don't cross-reference me with Google. Let's see. He thought he would feel relief. Door creaked open. The warden stepped in. Okay. The door creaked open. The warden stepped in. Always these unreadable expressions with me. I hate it. The warden stepped in. "Rest. You'll need to be stronger for the next one." "The next one." Thomas flinched, his fingers curling into fists, his stomach twisting violently, as if he might be sick again. "The next one." Let's put that in italics. Because, of course, there would be more. A lifetime of them. This was the first of many. From the far corner of the chamber, a voice rasped. "Did it feel different, killing a man this way, wearing the black?" Thomas turned his head sharply. The old prisoner who had once sat beside him in the dungeon smirked, his wrists still shackled. "Told you, didn't I?" I don't like the fact that prisoner's there. I don't know why I put him there. They didn't put him back in jail. They brought him back to some sort of like halfway house. Cut mercilessly. I don't like it there. His gaze fell upon the black garments he still wore, the heavy fabric resting on his shoulders. He pressed his hands against his face, shutting his eyes. The room swayed, his breath hitched. He had survived, but at what cost? I don't like the breath hitched. I also want to... This doesn't seem like the strongest ending. This feels like it belongs there. And like this is the first of many seems like a great way to end it. Okay. All right. So that gets us through chapter 12 of just checking things out, making some tweaks. You know, this thing goes through many drafts. All right. Let's keep going. Oh yeah. Yeah, Twitchers. Let's see. Okay, I used this Google. Apparently I got an email. Excellent. Good. Oops. And then let's do this real fast. This is for Wasapapa or whatever. There you go. Since you don't know how to use Google, that's some ADHD writers for you. Okay. But let's keep going, y'all. Chapter 13, lucky number 13. It is 1:37. Got a ways to go. We're going to stop at 3 and do a little hydration, restroom break. Let's see how much we can get done. If you're not ADHD, or if you are ADHD and need a little inspo, this is it. It's just constantly like wanting to distract yourself, constantly not wanting to write, but then making yourself refocus and do it anyway. Okay. The carriage jolted violently over the uneven road, each bump rattling Thomas's bones. He sat between the gaoler and the guard, both men silent as they bounced along the path toward his new quarters. Thomas kept his eyes forward, staring past them to the outskirts of London. This was not the city proper. It was something apart from it, a liminal space where men like him were sent to exist but never truly belong. The smell of damp earth mixed with the distant stench of industry. Smoke poured from chimneys of nearby homes, small, weather-beaten houses isolated from one another, a penal colony of sorts, where men tied to death, where executioners or gravediggers were given their due, a home among the outcasts. The carriage slowed before a timber-framed dwelling, simple but sturdy. The walls were slightly warped from weather, and the shutters crooked on their hinges. The roof sagged in places, but it stood, more than a prison cell, more than he had ever had. The gaoler stepped down first, glancing at Thomas, who hesitated before following. As his boots hit the ground, he realized he wasn't shackled. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, his hands were his own. "This is all mine," Thomas mumbled to himself. The gaoler scoffed, inhaling the musky air. "We must keep you close, for your service will be required soon." Let's undo all of the Elizabethan English I thought would be cool, but nobody's interested in. Thomas pushed the creaking door open, stepping inside. The scent of mildew and old timber smacked. Thee. I'm doing it again. I'm starting to notice all of these. Da. I'm fine with the carriage. carriage. Whoops. Hang on. Carriage. There we go. Damp earth mixed with the distant. Don't need. I can imply it without saying the smell. Smoke poured from chimneys of nearby homes. Okay. The Galler. Stepping down first. Galler. Glanced at Thomas, who hesitated before following Mrs. Beats. Oh my, Thomas mumbled to himself. I'll put the inhaling the musky air here. Scent of mildew and old timber smacked his senses alive. A single wooden table stood in the center, a lone chair tucked beneath it. Against one wall sat a modest hearth, and in the far corner a small cot covered in coarse wool blankets. The leaded windows let in only a tiny bit of the setting sunlight. It was meager, but it was his. The Gaoler tossed a small coin purse onto the table. The first payment, blood money. The sound of coins jangling against wood felt heavier than it should. And 10 shillings payment, the Gaoler said, watching Thomas carefully. He then pulled a small necklace from his pocket, a simple cross on a leather cord, held it out. Thomas hesitated. 'Tis too late for salvation. The Gaoler shrugged and tossed it on the table beside the purse, as if eager to be rid of it. As executioner, thou art entitled to the chattels of those you have dispatched. Thomas stared at the cross for a moment before looking away. The guard stood by the door, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. All this faint smirking. I think we can infer the people. Mm-hmm. Thomas said nothing. Let's do exhaling. The Gaoler stepped toward him. The casual levity was gone now. His face turned. That doesn't need to be italicized. Ooh, ink and play, what's up? Welcome to the chat. Good to see you back here. Good to see you back here. Listen well. Listen well, Derek, he said. Thou hast earned thy life, but do not mistake it for freedom. A headsman is bound by his duty. Should you shirk it, should you try to flee, know this. He stepped closer, his voice lowering. There is no sanctuary for men like that. Only the axe, whether in your hand or at, or how about through or on your neck, whether in your hand or against, feels like more conflict. Thomas swallowed hard. The weight of the warning landed on his shoulders, nearly pushing him to the ground. The gal returned without another word, stepping past the guard at the door. The guard followed, chuckling under his breath as he went. And then Thomas was alone. For the first time in months, he had a door he could close, a space that belonged to him, no matter how small, yet it did not feel like freedom. It felt like a different kind of cell. He stepped toward the table and poured the coins into his palm. He turned them over, the metal catching the dim light. Payment for a life taken, a murderer's wage. It's either one or the other, but not both. His fingers gripped the shillings before he let them clatter back onto the table. His gaze drifted to the cross, untouched. Thomas exhaled sharply and pushed away from the table. I don't think we need this. It's just the feeling of claustrophobia right here. The walls felt too close, the air too thick. He needed to walk, to breathe, to see the world beyond the confines of his duty, if only for a moment. He grabbed his worn-out coat and stepped into the night, if only to prove to himself he could feel free, even just for a little while. The streets were alive with the bustle of evening trade. The glow of lanterns flickered in the mist. Thomas kept his head down, his coat drawn close around him as he wove through the crowd. It should have felt like freedom, the open air, the ability to move where he pleased, and yet his movements were careful, his presence a secret he had yet to keep. I feel like his eyes darting. Waiting for the axe to fall on him. He had been a prisoner seemingly moments ago. Now he's a prisoner of what he'd become. Overwritten. I've already expressed this sentiment. A woman's loud whisper cut through the air. "Isn't that the hangman?" Thomas flinched but kept walking. He could feel eyes shifting toward him, some cautious, some scornful. The murmur spread like fire on dry hay. "That's him," a man muttered, his voice tinged with disgust. "The Butcher of Tyburn." The title hit him harder than he expected. He kept moving, picking up his pace, but the whispers followed. A drunken man stepped into his path, tankard in hand. "Oi, executioner," he slurred. "Done slicing necks for the day." Thomas ignored him, attempting to sidestep, but the man caught his arm. "Where's that fancy axe of yours?" he sneered. His breath rancid with ale. Thomas yanked his arm free and pressed forward, but the crowd was turning hostile. A rotten egg splattered against the ground near his feet. Laughter rang out behind him. His heart pounded. The street was closing in. Faces blurred together, some jeering, some staring, all watching. He turned sharply down a side alley, his breath quick, his mind racing. The laughter faded, swallowed by the hum of a tavern nearby. Without thinking, he pushed through the door, vanishing into the warmth and noise inside. The tavern was dimly lit and smelled of ale and burning tallow. Laughter and the occasional clank of a tankard against... Don't need to do this. Clank of a tankard against wood filled the space. The warmth inside was a stark contrast to the cold hostility of the streets. Thomas slipped into the crowded room, lowering his head. He made his way toward the bar, reaching into his pouch, and set a few shillings on the counter. Blood money for a drink. The barkeep eyed him warily, his gaze lingering a second too long before grabbing a tankard and filling it. He set it down with a dull thud. "This tavern stands newly mended," the barkeep said. "I will not stand for brawls or mischief." Thomas nodded, keeping his response short. "Just a pint and I'll be on my way." Before he could take a sip, a voice to his side cut through the din of the tavern. "Thou art the executioner who hesitates." There is... Oh yeah. "Are you the executioner whose hand hesitates?" Thomas stiffened. Slowly, he turned his head to find Sir Francis Bacon watching him, curiosity flickering behind his eyes. Bacon leaned in slightly, resting his elbows on the bar. "Fear not, for I seek not to expose thee. Rather, I seek discourse. Thy unique position must afford rare insights." I kind of like keeping the Elizabethan for Francis Bacon because he's such an intellect of his time. It could be a nice addition to his character. Thomas exhaled sharply, lifting his tankard and taking a long, deliberate sip. "I am no one of note, sir." Bacon smiled wryly. "Oh, but thou art." Thomas's fingers tightened around his mug. If you have come to preach the morality of my station, please spare me. I've had my fill of judgment this day. This day, Bacon chuckled. "Nay, I come not to condemn. I'm a man who contemplates the natural order of things. I observe, I amass knowledge, I apply logic." He studied Thomas carefully. "I have a lingering question that I long to have answered, and only a man of your station, my station, if it's Bacon talking, I'll allow it, can provide me with insight. My question is thus: is morality, the weight one bears upon the soul, quantifiable? I yearn to know how thy conscience fares in the wake of execution after execution." Thomas let out a somber grumble. "'Tis only my first day." Bacon's smile deepened. "Then 'tis fortunate I have found thee before thou art numb to it. Answer me truly, did it weigh upon thee?" Thomas hesitated, swirling the ale in his mug. He considered lying, but the words came before he could stop them. "Survival is man's first law, though the costs weigh heavy on the soul." Bacon tilted his head. intrigued. Doth a soul have reason? Thomas narrowed his eyes. Reason this, words of worth? Cost. Bacon raised his eyebrows and, with a small grin, signaled to the barkeep. Another for my companion here. A fresh tankard was set before Thomas. He hesitated before taking it, staring into the frothy ale as though it might hold the answers he sought. He lifted it to his lips and took a deep drink before speaking again. I've got a soul, I've got a soul, though what good it does me, I cannot say. In a world such as this, 'tis more a burden than a blessing. Like a stone in one's boot, always there, always chafing, but never of any use. Bacon leans in, even more interested. Leans in. That's script writing. Bacon leaned in, even more interested. I could even say curiosity piqued. Fascinating, and yet despite all thou hast drunk deep of the ale before thee, as if drowning the sense of duty. Thomas set the tankard down heavily. Duty, survival, call it what you will. A man must do what he must to live. Bacon leaned back, satisfied. Indeed. And that is the very nature of things, is it not? Silence lingered between them before Bacon finally gave an amused chuckle, patting Thomas on the shoulder. I look forward to conversing with thee anon. With that, he finished his drink, tossed a few coins onto the bar, and made his way toward the exit. Thomas watched him go, his mind tangled in Bacon's words, the weight of them pressing against his already burdened conscience. The streets of London blurred before Thomas's eyes as he staggered forward, the ale warming his stomach, but making his limbs heavy. The sound of music carried through the damp air. A lively tune played on a lute. He followed it, drawn toward the laughter and cheer. I don't know what that means. There we go. The Globe Theatre stood ahead, its torches burning bright against the evening mist. The hum of the crowd, the scent of ale and roasting meat. It felt distant from the towering shadow of the gallows. He needed that distance. He needed to feel human again. He glanced at the shillings in his palm. He could drink it away, or he could lose himself in something greater, something other than what he had become. He stepped inside. The Globe Theatre was a monument to spectacle, a great wooden O standing open to the sky, its upper galleries catching the torchlight as night deepened. The dark London clouds rolled over a sea of people gathered before its open stage. Nobles in their galleries, groundlings pressed shoulder to shoulder in the pit, their voices a restless tide. The scent of roasted nuts wafted through the air, mingling with the sweat of too many bodies in too little space. Merchants hawked meat pies from trays, and a few enterprising pickpockets wove through the throng, their hands light as they relieved the inattentive playgoers of their coin. The wooden beams encased the revelers in a world apart from the filth of the city beyond. Here, for a time, men and women could be kings, villains, lovers, or heroes. Here, Thomas could disappear. He paid his penny and took his place among the groundlings, the mass of bodies offering anonymity. The ale in his tankard sloshed as he shuffled into the yard. The stage was set, a castle's silhouette against torchlight. Actors dressed as guards stood rigid, their halberds gleaming. The actor dressed as Bernardo silenced the crowd with his lines. Sit down a while and let us once again assail your ears that are so fortified against our story. What we have 2 nights seen. Thomas exhaled, relaxing slightly. No one saw the executioner standing among them. Thomas tapped a young father holding his child on his shoulder. What have I missed so far? The actor playing Horatio stepped forward and delivered his lines with grave sincerity. Well, sit we down, and let us hear Bernardo speak of this. The father, without glancing back, whispered to Thomas, Naught but idle talk thus far. 'Tis somewhat tedious, truth be told. Thomas, relieved, Thomas took a moment to observe those near him, a lady swaying on her feet, yawning, a vendor silently moving through the crowd. The character of Bernardo continued. Last night of all, when yon same stars that's westward from the pole had made his course to illume that part of heaven where now it burns Marcellus and myself, the bell then beating one, then a bell tolled. A shiver ran through the crowd. Above the stage, a series of ropes and pulleys lined the wooden beams controlling curtains, props, and even actors themselves. The mechanisms fascinated Thomas. The ropes creaked as the pulley system levitated the ghost of King Hamlet from beneath the stage, his robes flowing, his face painted in a ghostly pallor. Thomas nearly stopped breathing. For a moment, the ghost was not the ghost. It was the highwayman, his head rolling, the blood pooling at Thomas's feet. He squeezed his eyes shut. Flash. His axe striking flesh. Flash. I wonder if there's a better way for me to do this. This feels very scripty as well. I mean, screenplay-y as well. He squeezed his eyes shut, but could not stop his mind from flashing. The memory of his axe striking flesh. Recalling the sickening sound of cracking bone, or the how about feeling, and we'll put sound last. Feeling the crack of bone. Or replaying the sound of the highway, his head slapping the wooden platform. And just wrote the memory. His stomach lurched. He pushed through the groundling, shoving his way out into the cold night air, gasping for breath. The play continued without him. The ghost would not let him rest. He stumbled through the streets, his guilty conscience stabbing at his every thought. The raucous energy, I think I'm missing a U there. Yeah. The raucous energy of the city had dissipated into the night air, replaced by the distant howl of dogs and the muted hum of slumber setting in the homes around him. His boots scuffed against the uneven ground as he made his way towards the outskirts, his mind filled with ale and ghosts. Ooh, hi-yo, word anarchist, what's going on? How you doing? Welcome to the chat. Are you a writer? And if so, what do you write? And happy to have you here. Hope you're doing well. You're a Mama Buckleyan. That's awesome. When's the Puppet movie coming out? Okay, you got to hop over to Gabriel St. Art's page. He's live streaming on Twitch. He has all the footage. I cannot help you with the Puppet short. But I'm sure he'd be really happy to hear about it. But welcome, welcome. Word Anarchist, what do you write? And tell me a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind. Always like hearing about new people, new writers also. If you ever want to share some work. I got the Discord. Let me go ahead and put a link in the chat too. Discord. Let me... grab it real fast. You write books? Fantastic. If you ever want to share any of your work or check out how we're sharing our work, you know, just to be inspired. If you ever need somebody to like read something, we have a nice little community. It's really hard to often find other people who are interested in writing in a way that is beneficial to other people, trying to make themselves better. You know, you can ask your mom to read a novel, but if she doesn't care about novels, she's probably not going to give you the best advice, that kind of thing. So, also, if you have any works that you've published, done, send us some links. Happy to support. Okay. Let's see. 1 second. Okay. Okie dokie, okie dokie. I got Nathan, nothing. That's all good. Just happy to have you here. Okay, let's get back to it. Gotta keep focused. Let's see. The cobbled path beneath him gave way to dirt as he neared his quarters. A breeze stirred the mist rolling in from the Thames. the Thames. I always do that. I always read it how it's written as opposed to how it's said. The mist rolling in from the Thames, carrying the faint tang of fish. His stomach churned, unease gripping him. He shook it off. He had seen too much in one night, let his mind wander too freely. He reached his door, fumbling with the latch. The thought of sleep, of shutting his eyes to the world, was almost enough to push the weight of the day from his shoulders. Almost. A noise. A shift in the shadows just beyond his periphery. He stilled, his hand hovering over the latch. His pulse, dulled by alcohol, quickened. Slowly, he turned his head toward the alley beside his home. The darkness seemed impenetrable, but something was there, watching, waiting. No, just his mind playing tricks. It must be the drink. He shoved his door open and stepped inside, slamming it shut behind him. Then, a sound outside. A scuffle. The distinct crunch of boots on gravel. A breath. A pause. Then a low voice, low, bitter with rage. Thou hast slain my brother. The door burst inward. You killed my brother. A shadowed figure lunged, a billhook gleaming in the pale light. Thomas barely ducked in time, the blade embedding into the wood where his chest had been moments before. He staggered back, tripping over the overturned chair. Tripping over the overturned chair. Just tripping over the chair. his head spinning. His attacker was desperate, shaking with fury, his clothes that of a farmer, his face gaunt but burning with vengeance. Thomas knew him at once. The highway. Thomas doesn't know him. Third person limited omniscient narrator knows him. The highwayman's brother. Was but a duty, not my own desire. Thomas gasped, scrambling backward, his hands searching blindly for something, anything, to defend himself. A merciless butcher you are. How about this? Merciless butcher. The farmer spat, yanking the billhook free. He swung again. Thomas barely twisted in time. The blade grazed his cheek. Warm blood spilled against his skin. The sting sent a shock through him, sobering him for a fleeting moment. He caught the farmer's wrist, the two men grappling, shoving, knocking over the table. An unlit candle broke in two as it crashed to the floor. They wrestled blindly in the darkness, crashing into walls, their breath ragged. The farmer was smaller, but rage made him strong. He forced Thomas back against the wall, the billhook pressed to his throat. Thomas did not fight. Instead, he looked at the man holding the blade, looked into his grief, his fury, his loss. His own hands trembled. I bear no malice. Thomas said, voice hoarse. I am trapped in this role just as you are trapped by grief, just as you are trapped by grief. The farmer's grip faltered for just a moment. A long, heavy silence. I don't know why that's... Then, with a sharp breath, the farmer wrenched himself away, staggering back. Thomas exhaled, feeling his knees weaken. He did not move. He did not try to strike back. He reached into his pocket, pulling free 2 silver shillings. He pressed them into the farmer's hand. Go, live. The farmer's eyes flicked between the coin and Thomas's face, his expression torn between rage and something dangerously close to understanding. And take this too. Thomas grabbed the necklace of the highwayman and tossed it to his brother. It will not replace what I have taken, and I will live with your hatred for the rest of my life. Then, without another word, the farmer turned and fled into the night. The door swung in the wind, half broken from its hinges. Thomas remained standing, breathing hard, staring at the blood on his hands. His own this time. He swallowed, wiping it against his tunic. His eyes drifted to the billhook resting on the floor. A weapon turned useless. His mind spun. The fight, the execution, the axe, the blood, the ghostly actor on the pulley. He needed air. He needed clarity. He needed air. Stepping outside. His legs still unsteady. He made his way to the well. The night was still, the stars indifferent. He placed his hands on the wooden frame of the well, staring down into its depths. His eyes followed the pulley system, the rope coiled around its mechanism. He hesitated, then... Am I missing a comma? He hesitated, no. He hesitated and gripped the crank, slowly turning it. The bucket descended into the darkness. Images flashed behind his eyes. The ropes of the theater hoisting King Elmo's ghost into the air. Attempting to clear away any thought. Persist. Pictured the weight of the condemned man's body is the snapping of the biscuit with a spoon. Recalled the block and tackle. And squeezed as similar to hoist a mast. Hoist the mast. A pulley, a rope, a mechanism of force and balance, a drop, swift and merciful. His breath came fast, his pulse, a hammer in his ears, an execution not by axe, not by struggling blows and butchered flesh, a noose, a swift release, a single final drop. Thomas stared at the pulley, his grip white-knuckled on the rope. The bucket of water swayed gently in the torchlight, rippling. A new kind of executioner just may have been born. Okay. It's a long chapter. I almost think like maybe it deserves to... So much happens to him, it almost seems like he might need some breathing room. So I'm going to make a note to myself. It seems like too much too fast. A note could be consider breaking up chapter 13 into 2 chapters. Right? Anybody else feel that? You know, like it really helps to read things out loud. You know, we're telling the story. It seemed like I needed a breath in there. It seemed like too much. It just seemed like a little too much. Like almost like it might be too unrealistic for such a full day. There we go. Let me check the chat here. Word Anarchist says, you said to tell you a bit about myself. I'm Irish. Awesome. We have another person here in Ireland. Oh, but she's gone. Carrie Ann Author is currently in Ireland as well. So maybe you guys have crossed paths or something. She's a wonderful screenwriter. If you couldn't tell, Nathan is the Irish Nuttin. I'm quite the nerd, especially Avatar, Spider-Man, and for some reason the lore of FNAF. What's FNAF? That is... Oh, Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay, got it. Excellent. Monarch Pollo says, blue! Although if you asked me that 5 years ago, it would have been that one. This is WA's alt, by the way. WA's alt. What does that mean? Please. I'm but an old, out-of-touch man, and I don't understand what that means. Oh. Okay. Got it. Okay, got it. Thank you. Cool. Well, welcome to the chat. We're happy to have you here. And if you ever want to share some of that stuff, like your lore, talk about Avatar or Spider-Man or anything like that, you could also join the Discord, and we have off-topic stuff or fanfic or anything like that where you can share. You need to change the PFP on it at some point, though. What's PFP? Guys, can you please stop using these little initials? I don't know what anything stands for. I'm sorry. I'm like 40 years old. Profile pic. Thank you. TY. Well, cool. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. We've got another half hour to do. No problem. Excellent. I understood that one. How's everybody feeling? Let's just do a temperature check. We're cruising through this. I have about 30 chapters. Trying to get through this so I could put a pin in it and put it away. Send it out. I was on your side until you didn't know what profile pic means. I've never seen profile pic as PFP, but maybe it's an Irish thing. Hey, what are you doing? Hey y'all, my dog needs attention. Constantly needs attention. Okay. Let's read, shall we? Thomas, oh God, you were farting. Jeez, you did that? You reek, girl. Woo! Thomas woke with a start, and he hadn't slept very well to begin with. Lingering behind his eyelids, the image of the highwayman's head had haunted him through the night. His head throbbed, his mouth dry and sour from too much ale. He sat up slowly, pressing his palms against his face. He knew he had to recall something from the night before, some idea. His mind drifted back to the well, the pulley system, the ease with which the bucket descended and returned, carrying weight effortlessly. It was precise, controlled, unlike the axe, unlike him. He remembered his idea. He didn't know if it would work, but he had to try. Pushing himself to his feet, he grabbed his cloak and stepped out into the cold morning air. The streets were still quiet. The city caught in the brief stillness before the market square would come alive with merchants and common folk. His breath clouded the air as he returned to the well. The wooden frame stood sturdy against the morning mist, the rope still coiled neatly around the pulley. He placed his hands on it, feeling the rough fibers between his fingers. He pulled the crank gently. When he released the rope, the bucket fell swiftly, and the pulley caused a jarring stop. Thomas muttered to himself, "It's not just the length of the rope, but the arrest of the motion." But the arrest of motion. How can I put this? Let's look for synonyms for arrest. It just doesn't feel like that's natural in Thomas's. With the stopping of motion, but the halting of motion. A man's neck wouldn't snap if the drop was too short. If it was too long, it would tear through flesh and bone. But if the weight, the force, and the mechanism were balanced. Don't need this ever so carefully. The pulley made lifting easier. He had seen it at the well. Even in his early days as a young sailor, the ship's block and tackle lifting sails with ease. If it could lift the weight of a sail, it could surely lift a man. The current way required brute strength, multiple hands, or even the use of a horse. It was sloppy, unpredictable. Ropes slipped, beams cracked. This, however, will let him work with control rather than force. I think we saw that through like the flashing images. I think that's cut mercilessly, right? Efficiency. Thomas frowned, testing the weight again. If this worked the way he had envisioned, it wouldn't just be easier on him. It would allow executions to be carried out with speed and consistency. Let's have Thomas not think of others here. It would be easier on him. Maybe it would be easier on him. It's kind of born of selfishness, right? Otherwise, the other thing, it's kind of like his character's changing too quickly. Okay. It was time to find a blacksmith, and he had to do it soon, before the next execution was ordered. The forge was one of the few places in London that never truly slept. The clang of the hammer on iron was constant, ringing out over the low murmur of early risers preparing for the day. Thomas moved through the narrow streets, his steps slowing as the familiar sight of the blacksmith's workshop came into view. Sun's getting crazy. There we go. Does that help a little? All right. same blacksmith whose shop roof he had damaged before his imprisonment. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, stepping inside. I don't know why that's a separate sentence. He pushed open the heavy wooden door, stepping inside. The heat was immediate, wrapping around him like a second cloak. Sparks flew from the anvil where the blacksmith, a burly man with soot-streaked arms, was hammering a glowing strip of metal. The man barely looked up. "Whatever you want, I've not got time for it. I've not time for it." Thomas stepped closer, clearing his throat. "I need your help." Blacksmith straightened, his eyes narrowing as he finally recognized Thomas. His grip on the hammer tightened. "You've some nerve showing your face here." Thomas held up a hand. "I know I've wronged you, and I'll make it right, but first, hear me out." The blacksmith crossed his arms, jaw tight. "Speak fast." Thomas wasted no time. He explained the pulley system, the mechanics of force and weight. "I need a proper frame," Thomas finished. "Something strong enough to hold a man's weight, something that can work cleanly without fail." The blacksmith stared at him for a long moment, then scoffed. "You want me to help you kill folk? You want me to help you kill folk? You want me to help you kill folk? I want it to be quick. No more botched executions. Certain, no more botched executions." The blacksmith studied him, his expression unreadable. Ugh! All those unreadable expressions. I hate it. The blacksmith studied him. Then, with a grunt, he turned back to his anvil. "If I do this, you'll owe me." Thomas nodded. "A fair bargain." The blacksmith grabbed a strip of iron, tossing it onto the workbench. "Then let's get to work." The days passed in a flurry of labor. Thomas and the blacksmith toiled in near silence, the rhythmic clang of hammer on iron filling the workshop. The frame needed to be sturdy, reinforced to bear the weight of a man without strain. Thomas worked the bellows, shaping metal where he could. His hands raw from the heat and effort. In between their work, Thomas ventured down to the docks. He knew what he needed: a block and tackle from an old ship. A pulley system on vessels worked under great strain. If it could lift cargo, it could lift a body. After some bargaining and a few shillings from his purse, he secured what he needed: an old, salt-stained block and tackle. Jeez, I was really not paying attention. Its ropes frayed, but still strong. The sun had begun its descent as Thomas and the blacksmith worked to refit the gallows. This had to be done quickly. Another execution would come soon, and the structure needed to be in place before then. They worked in the dimming light, securing the frame, threading the ropes through the pulleys, ensuring the drop would be fast and clean. No more strangulation, no more suffering. Waiting for death. The last bolt was tightened when the sound of hooves packed on earth broke the quiet. Thomas turned, heart hammering, as Devereaux and his Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, so we have a nice little chunk that we have to edit here. We've changed something in the earlier chapter. Devereaux is now under house arrest and he cannot get out often. He gets special uh, permitted time to attend chapel, things like that, which is how he got out to, which is how he got out in the first place to uh, appoint Thomas executioner. But this needs to be rewritten because it'd be unlikely that Devereaux was out here doing this. Um, and it's going to be Devereaux's men rode into the square. Um, Gelly Mayrick. Rode into the square. And then a soldier pulled his horse to a stop, his sharp gaze sweeping over the scaffold, his face unimpressed. And what, pray tell, is this? Thomas wiped sweat from his brow, stepping forward. Oops. Though every instinct told him to remain still. A better way, my lord, a method that ensures swift justice. Mayrick caught his eyes to the blacksmith and back to Thomas. You speak as if the axe is flawed. It has served England well for centuries. Fear is what keeps men in line, Derek. The sight of blood, the weight of knowing what awaits them should they defy authority. And you wish to trade it? You speak as if the axe or the rope and beam is flawed. It is. They have served England well for centuries. Fear is what keeps men in line, Derek. The sight of blood, the weight of knowing what awaits them should they defy authority, and you wish to trade it? Thomas steadied himself. My lord, I understand the value of deterrence, but what if instead of is deterrence too big of a word for Thomas? Let's check out some synonyms. Let's get nitpicky. Love my thesaurus. Discourage, dissuading, forbidding, force, oppression, charging. Discouraging. Maybe discouraging, I guess. My lord, I understand the value of discouraging unlawful men, but what if instead of spectacle, what if instead of a spectacle of suffering, people saw justice as precise? Hmm. Exact. I just don't think he would say. Get his words smaller. Something governed. I want to undo it. Something. Checked. Controlled by a firm hand rather than the whims of a man's swing. This is going to be Mayrick now. Cocked his head as if considering. And you believe this contraption of yours will provide such order? A man who was a mere prisoner days ago? Thomas nodded. The mechanics are sound, the drop is fast. Mechanics. Let's get him shorter words. Mechanics. Missiles. The details are sound. The drop is fast. He doesn't know. The drop is fast. A single pull of a lever and it's done. Mayrick dismounted, pacing slowly around the gallows, his fingers trailing along its wooden surface. You assume that certainty. Let's see. Hey, weird ball. Did you ever have a period where you wanted to write but just didn't do it? Yeah. I always want to write. Life gets in the way. Sometimes you don't have your laptop or you don't have a piece of paper next to you or something like that. Or, ooh, I would love to sit down, like have a nice cup of coffee, put on my headphones, and then just write. But you have things to do. You've got to do your laundry. You've got to, run errands. You've got to walk the dog, right? All the time. But I don't know if you mean like a period. No, because I don't know. There hasn't been like a very long period because barrier to entry is so low. If you want to write, there's usually always an opportunity somewhere, right? Even if it's just journaling or outlining an idea where like, ooh, I want to write a story, but I don't quite know what it is yet. You can always journal about the idea, and I consider that writing. And sometimes writing is not always putting pen to paper or putting fingers to keyboard. Sometimes writing is thinking of your story, and you have to allow yourself to think of your story. Mayrick dismounted, pacing slowly around the gallows. Okay, you assume that certainty is what the people desire. His gaze flicked toward Thomas, sharp and assessing. But what of fear? What of the lesson? Thomas held his ground. Fear fades, my lord. I can see that. barely out of shackles and emboldened to change everything, it seems. Merrick postured. Thomas continued, "If justice is swift, clean, and absolute, the people will see you as will see." And who appointed me as a man of progress, of reason, and they will follow a man they believe in more longer than they will one they fear. A long silence stretched between them. The blacksmith shifted uneasily behind Thomas, but he did not speak. Devereaux's jaw tightened. Then, after a long pause, he exhaled sharply. "Very well. You will have your test. One execution. If your method fails, if it causes more embarrassment than order, then you will answer for it." It's Merrick. Thomas bowed his head. "Understood, my lord." Merrick turned, mounting his horse once more. "Make it ready." Then with a flick of his reins he rode off, his men following behind. Thomas let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. The blacksmith grunted. "I hope you know what you're doing." Thomas swallowed hard, staring at the gallows. "So do I." Okay, cool. Also, Weirdball, welcome to the chat, by the way. Tell me, what kind of writer are you? Do you write screenplays, novels, poetry? Also, be sure to like, subscribe, hit the follow button, because I do this live writing every Tuesday, and we do a digital writer's room starting at 3 p.m. Pacific Coast time. That's kind of what we're headed toward right now. And if you want to participate, I'm happy to have you here. And also, if you want to go to my YouTube channel, be sure to like, subscribe. I've pinned the link to the live stream on YouTube if you want to watch this without ads. But give me a like, subscribe, follow there, and happy to have you on board. Let me check in the chat. Everybody's good? Everybody's good. Everybody's just watching me, right? Hopefully I'm not putting people to sleep. Cool. 10 more minutes. 10 more minutes. Remember, we do the discipline of writing. It's a job. So, we have to keep going, even whenever we feel like stopping, right? Okay. 3 days had passed since Devereaux granted his approval. 3 days of restless preparation, of testing and adjusting. Merrick had rode off and no doubt told Devereaux the changes to the gallows by his appointee. Yes, appointee. 3 days of restless preparation, of testing and adjusting the pulley system, checking and rechecking every bolt and knot, and now the moment had arrived. The gallows loomed before him, the new frame reinforced, the new system in place. The noose still hung in the morning air, waiting. The execution square was already filling. A growing hum of voice is swirling. In the air, the people knew something was different, even if they didn't yet understand what. Thomas stood at the base of the scaffold, jaw tight. He couldn't afford to falter. Not now. The murmur of the excuse me, of the crowd thickened as Devereaux and his entourage as Devereaux's entourage arrived, riding through the square with deliberate ease. They dismounted. Cuff, Merrick, and Blunt dismounted. Their eyes sweeping over the gallows with measured disinterest before settling on Thomas. A test of more than just a mechanism. Weird. I don't know. Felt weird. Further back. How about this? Murmurs from the crowd thickened. Okay. Riding through the square with deliberate ease. Okay. Further back among the crowd, Catherine watched. She had come to witness his execution weeks ago, and yet here he stood, not dead, but elevated above her, above the condemned. The man who should have hung now held the rope. Her fingers curled into her cloak as she stared at him, her face unreadable. Her face filled with vitriol. I get it. She's robbed with justice. Her fingers curled into the cloak. Her fingers curled into her cloak as she stared at him, her face filled with vitriol. Thomas glanced at her only briefly, in silent acknowledgement. Then the warden's voice rang out, "Bring forth the condemned!" Voices of the crowd grumbled and whispered as guards emerged, escorting the prisoner through the square past the gathering spectators. Widow Goodfellow walked with measured steps, her chains rattling softly as they dragged against the stone road. She was not a frail woman. Her back was straight, her eyes awake with the pain of grief. Her hands, though bound, remained steady. The crowd fell into a hush as they recognized her. A widow, a woman. Oh, it's not a line. A widow, a woman, a life that had once moved among them, now marching toward death. Thomas clenched his fingers. Sorry. Oh, putting you to sleep. That's okay. We got 5 more minutes of this, and then we're going to shift gears, and the energy is really going to change. Unless you, of course, fall asleep. Scroll Soul, what up, baby? Welcome back to the chat. Nice to have you back. Always nice to have you back. Ooh. Okay. Thomas clenched his fingers around the rope. He had received the order for her execution the day before, but it still had not made it any easier to see her, to do what had to be done. Widow Goodfellow's gaze swept the scaffold, the noose, then settled on him. She could not see him behind his black mask. A moment passed between them, unspoken but heavy. "Thomas Derrick," she whispered, her voice carrying just enough to reach his ears. Thomas took a small step back, surprised. Ah, so the rumors were true. Even behind stoned walls, we've all come to know ye. A bastard till the end you'll be. Widow Goodfellow only stopped berating Thomas because the warden began to read her charges aloud. Murder and treason. Mary Goodfellow stands guilty of slaying the Queen's former executioner. She is sentenced to hang by the neck until death. Long live the Queen. Thomas's mind was on Widow Goodfellow's silence. He had heard that most prisoners wept, raged, or bargained. She simply waited. The noose dangled beside him, the pulley glinting in the sunlight. He guided her forward a step and slowly, gently pulled the noose around her neck. Slowly and gently it will accomplish the same thing. A wave of hushed mumbling spread through the onlookers as their attention shifted from Widow Goodfellow to the unfamiliar structure of the gallows. Their unease grew as they took in the frame and the hopes threaded through pulleys. What's this? Someone called from the crowd. This isn't how it's done. An older man, arms crossed, scoffed. A woman ought to get the same as any man. Ought. A woman ought to get the same as any man. Thomas tightened his grip on the lever, resisting the urge to glance toward Devereux's men. The Earl had given him let's just get rid of the sentence. The warden, sensing the growing agitation, lifted his voice. Justice shall be done, as is commanded by Her Majesty's court. But the grumbling did not cease. Widow Goodfellow stepped forward under her own power, her movements measured and unrushed. Measured is unrushed. Just need to pick one. She did not flinch. Her movements calculated. She did not flinch. She did not beg. She simply spat on Thomas's feet. Goodfellow reached up, not to resist, not to struggle. All this not to. How about what she does do? Reached up. Settle the noose into its place. It was wrong for a woman to be so willing. It unsettled the crowd more than if she had fought. The crowd, a throng erupted, thirsty for justice. How about the throng erupted? I don't need this thirsty for justice, because it's kind of disheartening. I need the hang the hag already. All right, this is a great place to put my edit line. I'll come back here next week, continue working through this chapter. We'll see how Thomas's invention does and how it changes his life, if at all. Always save, hit the save button, save all the freaking time. And it's 3 o'clock, so, that means we have Scrolly in here, that means we have Mookie in here. Let's see. Mookie, you know I'm happy to have you here, man. Come on. Oh man, I love you guys both. Fantastic. I'm happy to have you here. Okay, it is that time though. I've been doing this for 3.5 hours ish. It's time for me to take a little bathroom break, pet the dog, do all that kind of stuff, and then we come back and we do the writer's room. I'd like to look at what we did last time, just kind of read through it, see if there's any sort of punch ups. But then I'd like to start a new project today. I think it would be fun to do another under 5-pager. So Mookie says, Derek reads his words with a certain style inflection that adds to the overall mood. I'm often afraid that a potential actor will not read a line I wrote in a certain cadence. It's hard to impart that in a script. That's true. It's true. But, got to do it anyway. Can't let that stop you. And hearing how people read your stuff out loud is so helpful. I don't think I would be editing this novel in the same way had I not been reading it out loud to myself. So, with that being said, Mook, I always know you're doing these budget meetings. Scrolly, you came in. It's time for me to step away for just 10 minutes, get my own act together, and then we'll come back and do some digital writer's room. All right? Cool. I'll see you guys in about 10.
Hey everybody, let's take a break. Get up and stretch your legs. Give your pet a scratch, drink some water. I'll be right back in about 10 minutes or so. the break is done. I hope you had some fun. I'm feeling great, can't procrastinate, cause I should be writing, so let's get back to the
Love that little guy. All right, let's open up free form. Let's get a little writer's room going. Oh, you know what? Actually, before we do that, we can also take a look at what we did last time. Let's bring it up. Okay. It's real fast. Oops. How about that? That's a little better. Okay. So guys, last time we started with a little premise. We massaged it and massaged it and massaged it until it fit our narrative, right? We ended up doing something tricky that appealed to us. Time travel. It's always full of plot holes, right? But we were able to come up with something that I think is workable. I haven't really read it since we were on last time. And you like the puppet? Nice, excellent. Okay, so let's read through this. This was supposed to be about a man who discovers that he is digging up a time capsule, but discovers that it's from 20 years in the future instead. And we crafted a little narrative around it. Let's see how it reads. Let's just refresh ourselves. Interior, kitchen, day. Julian, 30s, steps into the kitchen with a duffel bag over his shoulder. David, 50s, guides Julian through the rental property. There's a full bath upstairs. Oh, just got this plasma screen, but the remote is tricky. One of those new smart ones. Julian runs his hands along the counter. You kept the original marble. David stops, raises his eyebrow. Well, yeah, let me show you the bathroom. Actually, I can manage if you've got to take off. David scratches his head and grabs his keys. Well, all right. Interior bedroom later. Julian sits on the bed and looks around with nostalgia. He bends down and unzips the duffel bag at his feet. Reveal a shovel. Exterior backyard day. Julian is digging beside an apple tree. He is a few feet into the ground. The sound of an engine pulling up and the slam of the car door gets his attention. Sorry, I forgot to get my... David looks at his dug-up yard. What are you doing to my yard? David runs at Julian, desperate to take the shovel out of his hands. Please, I need to get something. You need to get the hell out. Julian, no, you don't understand. I left something. David pries the shovel from Julian and throws it into the hole. It strikes something metallic. They both look into the hole. If that's my water main, it's not the water main. Exterior backyard later. Julian wipes dirt from a shiny metallic capsule. David stands beside him, hands on hips. Well, I'll be. That looks good as new. Julian twists the capsule at its seam. Shrink-wrapped in plastic, artifacts spill out onto the lawn. What is it? Julian carefully removes the plastic, revealing newspaper clippings, and reads the headlines. Lab explosion, environmental catastrophe, Earth to become uninhabitable. Julian runs his finger across the date. That's weird. It's dated this year. David, must be a prank. Julian unfolds the last newspaper clipping, the headline, Theoretical Physicist to Blame. The clipping shows Julian as a young man standing next to his scientist father in front of the apple tree in the house he is currently in front of. Julian, that's me, and that's my dad, but I didn't take this picture. He died when I was small. Well, that's strange, isn't it? In all my days, Julian, I never knew what happened to him. My mom said he died in an accident at work. This time capsule was the only thing he left for me. I waited. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Don't need as well. Or it's just misplaced. It needs to be after the action. Even noticing. You missed one. What? This piece. All folded up. David reaches inside the capsule and pulls an envelope from the corner. David unfolds a note. Reading. Julian, I know this will be bewildering. If I'm successful, you will never have known me. All the wonderful years of us playing catch, watching you graduate, having your heart broken by your first crush, will be gone. The one thing, that's not really totally true, right? All the years of us playing catch. It needs to be our things, two things, right? Like fathers and sons. The memories, teaching you to shave. Taking you to ball games. Will be gone. The one thing I could think of that you might remember is this time capsule. Lord, I hope you remember it. Julian sits back and listens. If you found this, know that I love you and that I miss you. And some other time we were a happy family before I had to make the choice to go back and give you a world in which you could live and be without me, or a world in which, well, there would be no world. That's a way to talk, but not a way to write a letter. I probably change that up as well. Julian looks at the faded picture of his smiling father in the newspaper clipping. These are just some of my favorite memories of our time together. Just know that if I could, I would be there, that I want to be there, and I love you. Yours truly, Dad. David pulls a stack of Polaroids from the envelope and hands them to Julian. Julian and his father at Julian's graduation. Julian learning to drive stick shift. Julian swinging a bat at T-ball. Julian's father is the coach. Julian as a teen with shaving cream everywhere. Julian's father helps tie his tie. How about helps tie his bow tie for prom. Julian runs his hands through his hair, processing it all. David picks an apple from the apple tree and hands it to Julian. David plucks one for himself. They sit in the shade of the tree and stare up into the clear blue sky. Julian takes a bite of the apple. Okay, let's talk to the chat. Let's talk to our writer's room, huh? Guys, how are we feeling? Did you want to leave it where it is? It kind of... it insists upon itself, as the meme goes, or as the Family Guy quote goes. But how many people do we have in here? Maybe it's time to do another one. Nevermore to 21. We got Mialpha lurking in the background. Monarch Poyo, Mookie. Yeah, we're about to start the digital writers room. We're reviewing what we just wrote last week to see if there's any additional punch-ups that we want to do, or if we're going to just start on a new premise altogether. Let's see. So we did our under 5 pages. Let's see how the chat feels about it, or if we're going to move on and do a different one. Papa, papa. Might be a little hard to do / explain, but it would be cool to see movement in the Polaroid like a video and hear the father's voice. And the scene freezes on the moment the photo was taken. Oh, cool, cool. I do like that idea. It does add length to it a little bit. But I'm thinking more like less about decoration and more about like story structure. Is everything clear? Can we make it more poignant in some sort of way without? We still have like another page where we could add additional details, setup, twists. But we've already spent about two streams on this, so in my mind, I'm willing to say goodbye to it and to start from scratch and start the brainstorming process again, especially since we have some new users in the chat today. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to open up a brand new whiteboard. Let's start a new one. Let's start a new. Call this January 6th. Yeesh. 2026 whiteboard. We're in 2026 already. That's insanity. Insanity. Okay, let's let me get my screen straight. Talk amongst yourselves, please. My free form going. Okay, here we have our whiteboard. I see, Mook. That's a very sweet, sentimental embellishment, right? Like it's that's something that would add an extra layer of poignancy to like literally hear the dad's voice. It would be unlike David's voice and Julian's voice. Could he bridge into the father's voiceover turning into Julian's voice, make him read the letter so it feels like a transition to father to son to stick with the themes? With the cardigan. But with the cardigan again. Okay. I love Mr. Rogers. Let's talk about writing, friends. Let's have a moment where we go through our brains and maybe just pick out some ideas that we'd like to write out. I know writing makes me feel better. That's my impression. I hope you like it. Okay, let's get to freeform. Let's get some text on the board. Let's left justify this. Let's make it bold so it's easier to read. Let's put some ideas out there. Recently, I dug through a bunch of my old stuff. I was cleaning out the closet, so to speak, and I found just a bunch of old notebooks with little ideas. One was devil comes to Earth in the form of a Z Gen Alpha Girl. Somewhere around here. Big Head's book. Okay, let's see. Pardon me. Oh, yeah. Got these little pages here. Let me see. Found these old little notebooks here. But I'm taking pictures, y'all. You're a writer's room. You gotta give me some stuff, huh? Here's a nugget of an idea that could be polished into something. Remembering your past life. Make you who you are or who you are. Enjoy trying to take fictional real life characters from the past and put them in modern times. Yeah, okay, great. George Washington. At the DMV. I love it. Let's see. Okay, I have a weird one. Story about how brown eyes are jealous of blue eyes. Told in voiceover and in close-ups of eyes. Weird, right? Okay. Yeah. Eventually we're going to poll and then pick. Let's see. Going through old stuff. Everyone's about, yeah. All right, guys. No bad ideas. Throw them in the chat. I know you're there. You don't always have to lurk. Let me check YouTube as well. We'll do this till until we have like 8 ideas, and then we'll do polls and ideas of 4 and like round robin tournament. This beast. Okay. Henchmen want to unionize? All right, we got one from Gabe. Let's see. A man locks his pet monkey in a room and it keeps writing masterpieces, but he can't explain, and he also feels bad for taking credit. Call this monkey masterpieces. Man's pet monkey inexplicably churns out amazing works. Okay, I like that a lot. How many of these were scribbled notes while intoxicated? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. If we can get to 8, we can round robin this thing. Ooh, a special lucky cardigan makes a writer write masterpieces, and his wife ends up donating it to the Salvation Army. Okay. Okay. Good, good, good. One more. Here's one. If a ghost could time travel, would that bring him back to life? I don't know what that means. That might have been a drunken one too. The only thing. And a man finds a passion that he loves, but over time he realizes it's killing him. Okay. Cool. Let's do that. A man finds a passion that he loves, but over time he realizes. Okay. Okay, cool. We have eight to choose from. So I'm going to set up a poll on both YouTube and Twitch for everybody to vote on. We'll add them together. So we have Devil as Engine, Zero. We have Bring Your Past Life. This needs a lot of workshopping, but remembering past life. Remembers past life. Don't have a lot of space to write that out. Brown Eye Jealousy. Let's play Blue Eye Jealousy. We have oh, and then George Washington at DMV. Okay. Let's start that poll. I'll put it on YouTube as well. To see devil, we'll say past life. Say George W. Say Blue Eye Jealousy. Okay, all right. Oh, thank you. Yes. Let's see. Don't worry, guys. We have another round. Also, wife is playing Dinkum. Really great game. It's like more badass Animal Crossing. Oh, remember the past life. I love polls. Maybe I can get like an exotic dancer on a pole, but she has like a pencil in her ear and like glasses, and she's wearing a cardigan as well, and it's very tasteful. I love working the poles. And like George at the dentist. We could also workshop that too. Devil at the DMV just realizes that he's in hell all along. He's been home. He's been home all along. Alrighty, we got one for George at the DMV on YouTube. We got 2 for Remembering Past Life on Twitch. Oh wow, okay. So we have the 2 for Remembering Past Life and 1 for Georgie. Okay. Let me write this down, sorry. I want to make sure I don't forget. So we have George DMV, 1 vote, and Past Life has 2. Okay, let's do the second set, and then we'll know what we're going to be writing. What are you excited to write? Let's do the, we have henchmen want to unionize. We have monkey masterpieces. We have goodbye lucky cardigan. And we have passion kills. Okay. I'll do it over on YouTube too. Oh, Past Life got one more. Okay. Starting it on YouTube as well. What are you excited to write? Have Henchman, Union Eyes. We have Monkey Masterpieces. We have Lucky Cardigan. We have Passion Kills. Yeah, do it. Stuff the box. Either way, we're going to write it together, and it's gonna be awesome together, or it's gonna suck together, but either way, we're gonna get it done. You know those contractual obligations I make you guys sign before we start these polls. Okay. Monkey Masterpieces, Henchman, Unionize. One. Two polls is better than one. Yeah, it's going to be 3 polls, because then we're going to decide between the top of these two, and then we have the last hour to write this bad boy. Okay, let's see. Monkey Masterpieces, get one. Check the Twitch. Still got time. Oh, right across, one across the board for everything. That means whoever's on YouTube has the advantage. One more. Okay, so thanks for nothing, everybody. Monkey Masterpieces gets 1. Henchman on Twitch gets 1. Cardigan gets 1. And then on YouTube, Monkey Masterpieces gets 2. So it's between Past Life and Monkey Masterpieces. Last poll, last poll. Okay, that's it. After this, we start the writing. We start the brainstorming. We get to writer's room together, everybody. It's one of my favorite parts, hearing your ideas about what this can be. Whoops. Q&A, a poll. Or what's the other one? Monkey Masterpieces for Past Life. That's it. You know, it could end up being that this guy was a monkey writing masterpieces in his past life. Ooh. Okay. Let's get this done. It's coming down to the wire. We've got monkey masterpieces. Pulling ahead. All right, on YouTube, we've got another one for monkey masterpieces. So it's looking like that's what's gonna be, unless somebody. A video game whose main quest is actually playing into the user's life events. The user skips a side quest to help people on the way, then his own life will go through problems that a stranger and he's forced to make choices between real friendships and the consequences from the game. The lines of the game and life are blurred. Yes, we'll bring that next week. Scrolls, and whenever I ask for them, you put them in the chat. Ooh. Okay, not much time left. We have like 6 people in the chat and only like 3 votes, so there's still room. Some tiebreakers. Lurkers, if you're lurking, you don't have to say anything in the chat. You can participate. Time is ticking down. Time is ticking down. Might as well go and get my new final draft up. Let's see this. Okay. Wait a minute. Past life pulled ahead? No. Monkey masterpieces. So it's tied. Tied. It's tied. Wow. All of you were so unhelpful. Okay. Well, great. So let's go back to the old drawing board here. Let's start pitching ideas for both, and maybe we'll combine them, or maybe I'll just get more excited about one idea than the other. So let's talk about monkey masterpieces and past life. Oh, flip a coin. That's actually a better idea. Okay. Heads will be monkey masterpieces, and tails will be past life. Alexa, flip a coin.
Okay. You got tails.
Tails. Tails, y'all. We're talking about past lives. Let's workshop some premises, right? Based around this. What are some ideas that could be fun about remembering your past life, like maybe into your adulthood, right? You're living your life and then you're working at the Dairy Queen and then you remember your Cleopatra. Queen remembers they were Cleopatra. Right? Like let's start spitballing some ideas like this. And then what do you have to lose, you know? Like sorry, I'd like to just left justify all this. I like the list. Ooh. Maybe falls out of love with their significant other. Significant other when they remember past love? Oh, Jesus. Okay. The all-time exist at once theory, known as eternalism, or the block universe theory, posits that past, present, and future are equally real and coexist in a static, four-dimensional space-time block, much like different locations in space. Our perception of time flowing is seen as an illusion. Rather, all events, from the Big Bang to the end of the universe, are fixed points within this block, with our consciousnesses experiencing moments sequentially. Yes, I believe there was an Alan Moore theory that we talked about in the past episode, show, live stream about this. But we'll call that eternalism or block universe. Eternalism, or block universe theory. All exists at once. Cool. So we could work some eternalism into this, or maybe that would be a cool title as well, right? Let's talk about let's talk about the format that we would like to see this. Maybe that'll influence how we write it. Do you guys see this as like a SNL digital short? Do you see it as a drama? Do you see it as a comedy? Do you see it as a vertical video? How are we looking? ISM? ISM? Whatever. It just doesn't want it to be something. He sees that he's going to lose something he loves, but he hasn't lost it yet. Like he knows he will, like a rival. Okay. I'll call it a la a rival. Someone. So instead of someone, main character can see that he will inevitably lose something he loves. Excellent. Yes, he, she, they. Let's see. If you are an adult and you suddenly remember your past life, like, oh, new skills. New old skills acquired. Like masonry, or archery, or alchemy, or etc., or even like new old knowledge acquired. Napoleon was, you know, it's hilarious kind of situation. A chill history professor remembers he was a raging Viking who, yeah, Yeah, I like the idea of a pacifist remembers their ultraviolet past. It might be interesting too if somebody who is a pacifist needs to be aggressive to get what they want in their life, and then this sudden relationship with eternalism allows them to channel their inner primal instincts to get what they need, like if it were like a sporting event or if they were on a hunt or something like that. They have the option to move to the past where they are in power, but they lose the love that they have for the girl of the Dairy Queen. Ooh, okay, so there's like a little bit of time travel involved. And that would be like with eternalism. Can choose to move through time. Conflict is gain power or lose love. Interesting conflict. I like that a lot. Okay. We're going to stop brainstorming at 4. We have like another 3 minutes for you guys to just throw some creative spaghetti at the wall. What would you like to see happen? Or what are you expecting, right? When you go to the movies and you see this poster for a show, a TV show or a movie or a sketch idea or whatever it may be, and you see a past life and you see a movie star on the poster and it says, what happens when John Cusack or Meryl Streep or whatever it is suddenly remembers their past life. And then also, how can you put, as Gabe would say, like a man with no hands in a room full of doorknobs? How can you make a pacifist remember that they are Attila the Hun? Who could the worst possible matchup be in life, right? Like, I mean, obviously there's like a go-to, like, okay, I just remembered I was Hitler and I'm a leader of a youth group, right? I'll throw that in there. No bad ideas, but ideas that we might not use. A youth group. Leader remembers he was Adolf Hitler. Anybody else have some pitches, writers, pitchmate ideas, worst possible matches? Worst possible matches. Throw some crippling anxiety, but back in time it was read as stoic or magical. Crippling anxiety, but in the past it made him, you said stoic, or what'd you say? Stoic or magical? I like that. Here's another dart at the wall. Many people remember who they are as well. Oh, so it's like in a world where many people begin to recall who they are. Okay, so yes and no, like yes, because now we could have 2 characters doing it, but also remember we got to keep it under 5 pages, so we got to like limit the scope of what we see in the world. But yeah, that would be cool too. Like this one person isn't the only one. Where the weakness is strength in a different context. Let's see. Scroll Souls says, I don't know where to go with that, but it's a random thought. That means the love in Terrest has a large conflict too. What is Terrest? Interest. Oh, that means the love interest. Yeah. Love interest also has a large conflict. Excellent ideas. Okay, we're at 4 o'clock, so if anybody else has anything else, now is the time. Otherwise, we're going to start Shakespearean. They hate cockroaches that they see at work. Okay, Shakespearean tragedy. Something about cockroaches. They hate the cockroaches they see at work. Then in clear times. Oh, I see. They are everywhere in the past. I see. Cool. Okay. Move this title over here. The ideas are more important. Okay, cool. Let me shrink this a little bit. Do a little bit of organizing. Sorry, past line. Okay, so now we are going to start assembling some ideas into a narrative, right? Like, or you said cockroaches or rats. Got it. Now we're going to start assembling some ideas into an Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Act 1. Okay. Act 2.
I don't think so.
Act 3.
Friday Nights at Freddy and non-viewer both out of packet.
Okay. So, now that we have that, let's start looking at where some of these ideas could belong and if we can string them into a cohesive idea, right? So a lot of things that kind of come up. Ariel says the whole piece is a conversation in the working lot on a break, and the manager keeps calling them back in, but they are experiencing this craziness and seeing it on the news. Okay. I like that. So what has come up multiple times, so I'm getting the sense that people really start to like this idea, is the working at the Dairy Queen. Whoops. So we'll start making little notes and putting them into the correct two co-workers. Maybe boyfriend, girlfriend. Maybe or it would be less binary. Maybe a couple are working at the DQ. Okay. So that's part of the setup. We know that belongs there. Breaking news, or at least semi-old, semi-new news. World experiencing eternalism, boundary breaking. Okay, so that's part of the catalyst. It's an inciting incident as to how these people are going to feel. I am also thinking that the manager could reveal their past life justifying their behavior towards the co-workers as a twist, which would belong in Act 3. That might be a fun moment. Why are you such a dick? Because I'm Genghis Khan. Let me check the chat. Okay, so Gabe is seeing it as a single conversation. That makes me think that it's like a single camera operation. Like, what's the vehicle that we're setting this in? Remember a couple of sketches ago, we turned it into a TikTok series based off of Who the F Did I Marry? This seems very much like a short, right? So it looks like we're writing a short film or sketch. It doesn't have to necessarily be funny, but in that vibe. Okay. Mookie says, what about placing it in the middle of some activity? Bad example, but a mountain climber in the middle of a climb realizes he was someone who's afraid of heights. Okay, right. So, you know, we kind of had that thing where maybe they're choosing between the love, right? Let me go back to the free form. We said cockroaches, rats, so I wonder if we're following Mookie's suggestion, if we can come up with a way to make it more specific. For instance, these are people who work at a Dairy Queen. So what's the worst place for somebody from the past? Who's the worst kind of person from the past to put in the place of a Dairy Queen? And maybe that could be the conflict, right? Like, or if we have two co-workers talking to each other, if one of these people's past life was Sigmund Freud and they keep equating everything that they're going through to, well, it's probably because you want to have sex with me, yeah? Or maybe some anti-labor people, who is there anybody famously anti-labor? Now they're stuck in a low paid job, minimum wage, blue collar job. So maybe royalty working at the Dairy Queen, but the queen isn't what? Like, how, if one of them was the queen, right? Maybe if one of them was the queen, how do we like that? Like the Queen Elizabeth is one of the co-workers, and she's working at the Dairy Queen. Seems like a really great mismatch. Queen Elizabeth is working at the DQ. The irony of like two queens meaning the opposite thing. That would be part of the setup as well. Let me check the chat. I was brainstorming and I didn't read. But see, Mook, you say bad example, but bad example leads to good ideas, and that was a good example. Gabe says locking it into a small amount of time makes it simpler and something I can shoot. Parking lot. Okay, yeah. Parking lot on break. So that's setting. Setting. Parking lot. Workers on break. So that belongs in Act 1. We need to know where we're where we are. It's probably one of the first things that we see. So I'll put that up there. Hey, Holepa, what's up? And very Artemis, welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm sorry. Hi, just real quick, we have some newbies in the chat. We're in the digital writers room phase of the live stream, meaning that we have all pitched some ideas before you arrived here and narrowed them down into the one that we're most interested in writing. And now we've started workshopping some things that we'd like to see, the promise of the premise when it comes to our prompt, which is in a world where people are remembering their past lives. We have about 5 pages or less to craft a short film or sketch. That's what that's the vehicle we've decided to put this in. We've pitched some ideas of what we'd like to see, what would make something really interesting. And now we're starting to refine those ideas, give them a little life, and place them in the correct act. So feel free to jump in. Feel free to read the digital writers board. You're not missing too much. We have the premise of in a world where people have collectively started to remember their past lives, we are getting some conflict. We have 2 co-workers on break in a parking lot of their Dairy Queen or Dairy Queen adjacent type job. Maybe it's like one of them remember they were Cleopatra, maybe one of them is falling out of love with their significant other while they remember a past love. We're exploring eternalism or the block universe theory that all time exists at once, but normal human consciousness takes that in linearly, but in this world it breaks or glitches or something, and we can see all humans can now see all time back and forth at once. We're inspired by the movie Arrival. The main character can see that he will inevitably lose something that they love, or they can also acquire new old skills like masonry, archery, alchemy. They can acquire new old knowledge. It's like, hey, Napoleon at dinner parties was hilarious. What's it like when your past doesn't reconcile with your future self? Like a pacifist remembers that they were Attila the Hun, an ultraviolet person. Also, an additional conflict, if we can see through all time and space, then our consciousness might allow us to live in all time and space, giving our main characters the ability to perhaps travel through time and live in the past, present, or future. That's something we haven't actually discussed yet, the future. But a youth group leader remembers that he was Adolf Hitler would be the equivalent of putting a man with no hands in a room full of doorknobs. What are the conflicts? What are the wrong choices? What are the things that are going to make this story hard for our characters to get over, to get through? And then what do our characters want? We always have to be asking that of ourselves. We haven't really narrowed that down yet. So you see the rest of the examples there. I'm going to stop listing them because you can read them. I want to check up on the chat. Scroll says, maybe even seeing visions of his wife, then horrific twist of the vision showing her stabbed as the memories blur. Oh, wow. Okay. So I think that goes back to knowing, where was it? Over here. Falls out of love, inevitably lose something that they love. I'll put horrendous murder, question mark, there. Dairy Queen, was that a cow farm? Should change DQ to McDonald's. Okay. For more universality to working at McDonald's. Maybe maybe even Like I can't remember, but like a famous Irish historical figure working at McDonald's thinking, oh, we've really made it, and then realizing it has nothing to do with his heritage. I don't know. I guess you would know both things simultaneously. I don't think that really checks out. Let's keep reading the chat. The Queen faked her death to work here. Let's see. It's like a Burger King manager and Dairy Queen manager. Oh, I like that too. Burger King can also be a little bit more ubiquitous and also still have the royalty. And then Burger King also says a lot. Burger King, Dairy Queen. Or are you suggesting that the Burger King manager and the Dairy Queen manager meet in a parking lot for a smoke break, and they're both ex-royalty? Boy. Can we find some comps? Yes, writers, can you go and find me some comps? Suggestion, both come from a Disney movie. One was a villain, the other was a minion. Now their positions have reversed. Q:. Yeah, I see. Like, well, what I do like about that is old foes brought together, right? Old foes brought together. So, famous feuds in history. So I'm just Googling famous feuds in history, like a Hatfield and a McCoy, or Hamilton versus Burr, right? So I like Hamilton v. Burr. This is coming from Google. The Tupac, Biggie, the Hatfields, McCoys. Hitler, Churchill. There's something interesting about, like, there's something very interesting about, like, somebody who used to be Hitler, somebody who used to be Churchill, meeting up in a parking lot, still having beef with one another, but their managers have to keep calling them back because they've exceeded their smoke break. And, like, you have to get back to work. I don't care what century it is. Somebody needs to clean out the milkshake machine. Rosa's channel, hi, welcome. Okay, so let's, I like the idea of old foes are reunited, but are cold but rivalry is cold by the present day. It's cold by present day responsibilities. That's something fun. That goes in Act 2. That's like fun and games, right? Okay. Well, thanks for joining us, Hoy. I appreciate you stopping in for the chat. If you ever want to go back and check out the YouTube channel, All this saves, and you could always go back and watch episodes on your own time. Appreciate you being here. So, let's see. Movies about people remembering past lives. So let's talk about, we have Cloud Atlas as a comp. We have the reincarnation of Peter Proud, Somewhere in Time. I remember that with Christopher Reeves. It wasn't really about him it was about him time traveling, not necessarily remembering a past life. A movie called About Time, and Thailand's Uncle Boon Mi, who can recall his past lives. And Cloud Atlas, the audience understands that these souls have been reincarnating across different lives and genres, not necessarily the characters themselves. There is a sci-fi, more modern take called Infinite. A man discovers he's part of a secret society of people who remember their past lives. Infinite, 2021, maybe trailer. Haunted by memories of places he's never visited, a man joins forces with a group of reborn warriors to stop a madman from destroying the endless cycle of life and reincarnation. Ooh, interesting. About Time is really about time travel to improve his life and find love. I really want the past lives. A man with no past memory has his life restored only to uncover a dark mystery. Reincarnation of Peter Proud as a man haunted by dreams slowly uncovers his past lives and loves. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind explores erasing pain from memories. That's like the immediate past. I don't think that's what we're really talking about here. A Christmas Carol. It's still within the lifespan of one life. Not a lot of comps. I wonder why. Maybe it's going to be really hard to write. Twitch is not streaming. Let me refresh it from my side. Oh no. I heard Alexander Hamilton was summoned. Hey there, well, just someone needs to clean out the used grease trap on the fryer, and I bow to your expertise and stature. Yeah. Well, so far doing more art and made a video of myself from reading present me. Also been mentally preparing for myself, painting class, graduate. Oh, cool. Well, that Roses is staying active. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep building this kind of outline of moments. Let's see. I like the idea of this new old skills, but maybe it doesn't translate to blank of my day. Okay. Unclean. Your royal blank, whatever that is. How are you, Darian? How are things? I'm good. I'm really fun. Having a fun time on stream and just working a lot through the new year and just trying to always, like we do at the beginning of every year, pick up, reorient, make new goals, and try and accomplish them before the year's out. Um, yeah, that's about it. But just a lot of work. I'm actually um, looking for a different job that would allow me a little bit more time at home. Sorry, y'all. Yeah, sometimes I do get locked in. It's a lot of screens. And I can't see I can't see the chat all the time. I like the idea of the crippling anxiety in the past made him stoic. I was literally listening to a podcast the other day about how anxiety is fairly new due to, I mean, not anxiety, panic attacks are like a fairly new development in human psychology. I think I was saying like it was very possible, most likely, that 100 years ago you wouldn't be tilling your soil and crumple up into a ball of panic on the ground, like I don't understand why I feel like this. But what it did make me think of was uh, everyone used to think I was a genius, but now they just think I'm right, like ADHD or neurodivergent. Like things where it's like undiagnosed in the past that made, or like somebody would be a savant, but like obsessive compulsive. Now they're like medicating it. Like imagine like having to medicate Mozart because he was just so obsessed with music and that's all he wanted to do, or something like that. Is that true? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I hope I meet my goals this year too. I gotta say, I'm not really feeling anxiety or feeling like I have a panic attack on the horizon, but just the mention of sour candy makes me kind of want some. Autism, you say? Obsessive compulsive autistic. Wonderful. Getting some good stuff in the outline. Guys, I can tell right now, it being 4:30, and I always do a hard cutoff at 5, just so I can make sure my dog gets a good amount of exercise. This might be something that we have to pick up on next week. However, I still love the idea of spitballing this stuff. It's really interesting here. We have some fun ideas, right? We have a weak Act 3 because we don't have any stakes. So here are some questions that we need to answer. I'm going to move this over. I hope you don't mind. I just want to create a little more space here. But we have to answer some fundamental questions in order to have a good spine of story to put this on. Let me left justify this. Bold. 1. Who is telling this story? 2. Who is our main character? Put this in case it's 2. And what do they want? and 3. What is getting in the way of what they want? And finally, what will happen if they don't get it? These are some fundamental storytelling questions that we should always be asking ourselves in order to shape something into kind of this 3-act structure that we are aiming at, right? So we have all these fun ideas, we kind of have a sense of what's going on, but now we need to really start shaping it up so we know what ideas even apply to our story. You might have had a great idea, a really fun suggestion, and it might not fit this story because because it might not fit the character motivation, right? Ooh, I always love it whenever people use my little Bitmojis? Is that what Twitch calls them? Yeah. Let's start writing now. Well, this is it. This is how we start writing. Oh yeah, thanks, Roses. I appreciate that. Okay, who's telling this story? It's coming from, let's see, the the point of view of the main character. Who is the main character? I'm going to pick a random name generator, and we're going to start assigning a personality to this person. Random name generator. Wheel of names. Click to spin. Oh my gosh. I swear it landed on Gabriel. So I'm gonna do it one more time so it doesn't seem weird. Okay, okay. Our main character is Allie. And let's talk about who Allie is now. Allie is maybe in 20s, working blue collar food service job, right? And who were they in the past life? Let's go ahead and assign Queen Elizabeth or Hitler, or what are we thinking is the strongest choice from what we pitched out? Larry is telling. He is the main and the narrator. Oh, okay, okay, all right. Sorry, I picked a. I'll do Larry. I would rather pull from my writer's room than a random Larry. Larry's 20. So y'all, let's get back on the thing here. Larry is just one person. We have him on a smoke break with a co-worker or somebody who works at a competing restaurant. Larry, female, 20s, short for Larisha. Okay, and then let's do the second. Writers, pitch me some just name. Throw out a name. Your aunt's name, your favorite uncle, your best friend, your pet. Who is Larry in conflict with? her boyfriend that works across the street, whose name is Jeff, until notified otherwise. Paulina. Paulina. You said boyfriend, male. Probably the same age, maybe. Works across the street at a rival food service establishment. Okay. Capitalize all this. Okay. Now, what do they want? What do they want? I think we know what's going to get in the way. Their past lives are going to get in the way. Determining what Larry wants and determining what Paulina wants will probably help us choose who their past life identities are, because we're going to put them in the most conflict with what they want, right? So if Larry wants to marry, or wants Paulina to propose, we could make it love to her. Have I drank water? Yeah, I'm actually drinking a little kombucha. I've been sipping on that kombucha. Thank you for the hydration reminder. Uh-oh. Oh no. Someone has an idea. Lay it on me. Lay it on me. Paulina wants. Rose is looking after everybody. 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 He's very concerned. Paulina is very concerned about his self-worth, right? Thank you, Roses. Okay. But what is someone... That means Paulina wants money? What does self-worth mean, and how does one obtain it? Right? It's still a little vague. How can we make that more specific? Sometimes I'll just Google what determines a person's self-worth, because we want to avoid money, right? But your core beliefs, integrity, personal experiences, actions, your moral compass, your principles. Okay, so confidence in your ability to think, learn, make decisions, self-respect. Your past and present relationships with others. Self-worth comes from within. So, if self-worth comes, let's see. Larry, she didn't ask for her past, and she wants to be judged on her present. Wants Paulina... Okay, Larry wants to be judged on her present and not her past. What's interesting about this is that it could be could mean both immediate and far past, as these are two people who are already in a relationship. So it could be like, so part of me thinks about like body count, like how many people have you slept with. Well, like, don't judge me on the people I have slept with. Just judge me on the people. Just judge me on how I treat you, and know that I'm not going to sleep with anybody else but you, and we can be monogamous or whatever. And that makes me think that Larry's past life, he could have been Caligula, right? Like, don't judge me based on all the giant Roman orgies. And that was the old me. I mean, I got killed for living that lifestyle. I'm not gonna do it again, you know? I'm not even a king anymore. I work at the Burger King, but that's as close as I've ever been in this life. Could be like a good, funny little monologue. No too far. Or no bad ideas. Don't you tell me what's too far. Let's see. What do I have to do to impress you? And she is saying, I'm just the Dairy Queen girl, not Cleopatra. It's the Dairy Queen girl, not Cleopatra. I see. So you're saying that she should be judged. Okay, so So it's almost as if Paulina wants her to be the old self. Right? Is that what we're saying? Paulina wants Larry to be Cleopatra, who was known for actually not necessarily sleeping with a lot of men, but she was just known for being really charming and influential. Historically, we can only, with evidence, say that Cleopatra slept with 2 people, but she was really just known for her charms. So her past is almost, so her Cleopatra past is almost a metaphor for like maybe anybody's past where they were maybe a little bit more fun, flirty, outgoing, less safe with their feelings or the feelings of others. Maybe it read as more passionate and wild, where somebody nowadays would be revered as more like safe and responsible and empathetic towards the feelings of others. Could that be it? Let's see, exactly. She was a badass. Give up the sex angle, I think, especially for stream 13 subject matter. Yeah, okay. Got it. So let's go with that. It's like a metaphor for her charms and wiles, not necessarily like a body count or anything like that. Used to be Cleopatra. Known for her charms and wiles. Oh, known for her charms. Responsible for the deaths of millions. Okay, so what does Paulina want in this scene? Paulina, male. We said boyfriend. I'm just pulling from the chat. If it makes it easier, we can cut out the Ina. But okay, so what can we do that? What can Paulina want that will put him at odds with someone who wants to be judged on their present, and not their past, when we live in a world where eternalism has glitched out and we have become the totality of every choice we've ever made throughout space and time. This could be interesting where the future comes in. Because if we know what the future holds, and we had a suggestion earlier pitched out, forgive me, I'm going to read through this. Main character can see that he will inevitably lose something, or that they will inevitably lose something they love. That could be an interesting conflict that was already pitched out to us. Ooh, okay. So we're saying that Paulina wants to be seen as an equal to Larry, but the thing that's getting in the way of what they want is that the totality of their lives don't add up to the same sum. We'll just call it equal gravitas. And so is it possible that the character of Paulina has been nothing but a peasant through all incarnations? Like they've never been anyone great? Then it almost becomes a metaphor for like if a normie were to date a superstar, right? What if Paulina's conflict is that throughout the history of human existence, they have never incarnated into anyone of note? That's interesting to me. That's heavy. Yeah? Okay, well I think that means it's good. Paulina has never in the existence of human history incarnated into anyone of note. We're getting pitched a line here. You are great to me, so if I am something special, so are you. Oh, okay. Let's put that down. Just going to type that out. You are great to me. I have a feeling this is coming from Larry. You are great to me, so if I'm something special, so are you. And that could backfire, right? Like I understand that Larry probably means that in a fun way, in a supportive way, but it also could be like the only thing that gives me value is that you think of what you is what you think of me. I don't know where that belongs. It feels like it can go Act 2 or Act 3. I'm gonna kind of put it in between here until I decide. I also like, if I don't mind myself, my follow-up line. The thing that makes me special is, or gives me value, is how I forget how I phrased that. The only thing that gives me value is how you value me. We'll have to rewrite that, but that's the sentiment. I'm sure there's a much more poetic way to say Scrolls says there's a quote from a king where he said something like, I am a king, but I am a man just as you. I want for friends just as any other. So there could be a dichotomy of the person who has always been in power, feared, adored, versus the person who has lived modest, but without the worry of political power or having opportunistic people. Oh, not roses. That is a good angle. Let me add that to the board. Because to me, that is that's like Gabe said, it's a tough predicament. And to me, that tells me where it's at in the story. Feels like an Act 2. So I feel like this goes into Act 2 as well. Like it's almost, I might even be wrong. This is Cleopatra now. And maybe I like the idea of starting in the middle of an argument. Maybe this goes into Act 1. You know, like start in the middle of conflict. Put this here. So we're kind of getting a sense of all the beats that we need to hit in this Act 1. Remember, we have about 5 pages. How you feel about me? Oh, thank you, thank you. Thank you. How you feel about me is the only thing that gives me value. Yes, excellent, excellent. Good job, everybody. Just doing great work today, by the way. Also, clear this up. Single camera omniscient. Whatever. Who is our, let's keep answering questions. Who is our main character? We have Larry, female, 20s, working a blue-collar food service job. Larry wants to be judged on her present and not her past. Could mean immediate and far past. Used to be Cleopatra, known for her charms, responsible for the death of millions. Paulina, male, 20s, boyfriend, works across the street at a rival food service establishment. Paulina wants to be seen as an equal to Larry. Paulina has never in the existence of human history incarnated into anyone of note. So what is getting in the way of what they want? Oh. Rose's channel get blocked. Oh. Rose's, oh. To skip ads, click the link pin. Okay, I hope that helps. All right. Live news, unveiling the premise, yes. News broadcasts / alert. Reveals the premise. That's in Act 1 as well, really early on. Probably with the setting in the parking lot too. Right? This, maybe this. Oh, there it is, breaking news. It's already there. Sorry, we already had it. Okay. And they can all see she was Cleopatra. Ooh. Oh. That's fun. I like that the idea of there's like an external obstacle. The entire world knows who people used to be. Local news proud to share. Local news in small town, in small rural town, proud to share they have Cleopatra as a resident. Something like that. She's kind of becoming an instant celebrity again, like her Cleopatra-ness is coming back to haunt her. Very interesting, very interesting. Extra, 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 extra. Read all about it. Mookie, I love that that's coming from you, the only person here who works at a paper, I think. Ooh, okay. Get on the corner with the paper. Yeah, yeah. Like a miniature Conan O'Brien. You can picture him doing it. And what will happen if they don't get it? Remember what's at stake. They will break up. But is there a bigger external universal threat that something about there's something about perpetuating the myth of these iconic historical figures, and I don't know what I mean any more than what I just said, but there is a theme here, you know, the past always comes back to haunt you. There's one blind spot in the history that everyone can see. What do you mean by that more specifically? There is one blind spot in the history. I don't understand how you can see a blind spot, I guess, is how I'm confused. Or you mean like everyone can't see, and it's about their future together. Ooh, okay. So the one thing people can't see is the future. Future is always being constructed upon the future is always being constructed by past and present choices. In this glitch, everybody has that. So everyone can see the future, but no one can see how their love story turns out. It's called like a universal blind spot is what you meant? Puts crazy pressure on these two regular people. Mookie says, I sort of like the idea of modern people who are good guys reincarnated now have to hunt down the people reincarnated from bad guys. I can also see how like that would be Well, there's an interesting premise there too. I think it's a separate story, but it would be like if, hey, that is your idea, Luke. I mean, like that maybe that is is an interesting premise for something. But there's a bigger question too, which is like, okay, like let's just use like the easy like Nazi example. Like, okay, Nazis are bad. They or get reincarnated into regular people. People who aren't Nazis or good people, they get reincarnated too. But now, as new people, how long do you have to go and punish the sins of the past? Like those new people aren't Nazis. They haven't in the present day done anything yet. They could be 12-year-old kids who haven't even developed a moral compass or ethical philosophy yet. And so, like, why are we? So the bigger question would be why do we continue to punish the past? Thematically, there's some interesting questions there. Night Watch. Oh yeah, separate story. Or even Spawn. I know Spawn. What is Night Watch? Hold on, I just have to watch 2 unskippable ads. And then I'm going to find out what Night Watch is. 2004 Russian urban fantasy supernatural thriller filmed by Timur Bekmambetov and written by Bekmambetov. I'm watching the trailer. I'm gonna get a copyright strike for this. Okay, the jump scare got me.
It began over 1,000 years ago when a truce was struck.
This is wild.
The protectors of light and the warriors of darkness. For centuries, that delicate balance has always been guarded by the underground forces of the Night Watch.
Oh, cool. I've never heard of this before. It's got very Matrix-y vibes.
Today, on these streets, the balance of power
Yeah, this trailer's out of control.
is about to shift.
There's some adult with like a Noah Schnapp haircut, too. That Stranger Things haircut, you know. The special effects budget on this is insane. The trailer is all special effects. Okay, epic trailer. I'm still not sure I get it, but I was thinking that a certain time, due to supernatural forces, the old traits life come out for. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yes, it is your fault. And y'all, guys, I had so much fun. It is past 5. Gotta take my dog out. Gotta do some chores around the house still. But wow, this is riddled with a bunch of rich ideas. It's going to be real fun. I'm glad that the polls led us to this. Seems really, really cool. Everybody just do me a favor. marinate on this for the week, you know? Put it out of your mind, let your subconscious generate some story ideas. And I'd love to see you guys come back and keep pitching. We still have to shape this into something with a 3-act structure. We've developed some interesting characters with some interesting conflict. We have Paulina, the boyfriend who works across the street at a rival food service establishment, who wants to be seen as an equal to Larry, which is interesting because it's not, you know, when we first started, we thought, oh, being seen as an equal, I want to elevate myself to your status, but it's actually an interesting flip on its head. They want to lower their status and be seen as an equal, and don't hold me to my Cleopatra standards. And yes, I was known for my wiles and my charms, and yes, responsible for the death of millions, but that was old choices. And just look at me for me right now. And if you can forgive my past, then maybe we can have a future together, because we're supposed to be able to see where we go, and we can't. So we must be at the crossroads right now. You know, this one moment in 2026 in a Dairy Queen parking lot is where we decide our future together. And that's a little bit romantic and supernatural and sci-fi and really, really fun. And something that I would totally watch. So I'm going to save everything. Guys, save everything. Save, save, save. Always hit save. I do have to go. I really appreciate everybody logging on to the chat and hanging out with me for the 5.5 hours today. We did some really fun work. Thanks for sticking with me through some of my own rewrites. Thank you for coming on and sharing some of your own work. I know you're long gone right now, but Carrie and Author, thank you for sharing your work. Thanks for helping me punch up my work, The Ropesman's Tale. And thank you if you've gone onto the YouTube channel and clicked like and subscribe. This video will be there for you later under the live section. You can check out the entirety of all of the work that we did today if you so choose. And yeah, I guess that's about it. We need to find somebody to raid. Let's see. Gabe, are you still live streaming? Let's see. You're just online, or are you streaming? Wait, I don't know. I'm on commercials. Raid me. Yeah. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Excellent. All right, y'all. We're going to raid Gabriel St. Art. Okay, y'all. It was a pleasure. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I can't wait to pick this up next week and see where this story goes. You're all so brilliant. I really appreciate you. And let's get ready to raid. All right. And enjoy Gabe's live stream. I know I would if I were to stick around. Thank you so much, Gabe, for participating in mine. And let's raid.